Members of committee, you are now live.
Thank you. I'll now call the Estimates Committee meeting to order. This evening, our clerk is Julia Sipple, supported by Melanie Figueroa. Please call the roll.
Councillor Utley.
Present.
Councillor Sokoli.
Here.
Councillor Wall.
Present.
Councillor Vanderstelt.
Present.
Councillor McCreary.
Here.
Councillor Sless.
Present.
Councillor Carpenter.
Here.
Councillor Van Tilborg.
Here.
Councillor Antosky.
Here.
Mayor Davis.
Present.
And Chair Martin.
I'm here as well. Okay, members of the committee, just a reminder that the following rules of procedure apply to meeting of the Estimates Committee. All motions must be moved and seconded. Each speaking opportunity for members is 3 minutes. There's no limit to the number of times a member can speak on the same question. Please go to the February 18th estimates meeting date in eScribe to participate in the voting. We'll see how the meeting's going, but we'll shoot for a dinner break at about 6 o'clock. So members of the committee, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest of any items on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we'll now call upon Joelle Daniels, Director of Finance, City Treasurer, to present the operating budget overview. Please note that you have 10 minutes to present and that questions will be held until the item is on the floor during the debate portion of the meeting.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Chair Martin and members of the Estimates Committee. I'm pleased to present the preliminary 2022 operating budget to you this evening. Next slide, please. I'd like to start this evening by acknowledging Chair Martin and the members of the Finance Committee for their direction and guidance on the city's financial matters over the last year. I'd also like to acknowledge our amazing staff who have contributed to the development of this budget, including our CAO and the senior leadership team, my dedicated finance team, and all the department staff who together have worked tirelessly to bring you a budget that is below the established target. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge staff from our local boards and agencies for their cooperation and contribution to this year's budget process as well. Next slide, please. So before we get into the numbers of this year's budget, I do want to touch briefly on overall fiscal responsibility and say that council and the taxpayers of the city of Brantford should be confident that the city's finances have been managed in a responsible manner. The annual financial indicator review was just released by the province last week and provides a number of sustainability and flexibility indicators. And I'm happy to say that the city of Brantford is at low risk in all the categories provided in this review. In addition, we are performing better than average against other South Region single-tier municipalities in many indicators. Next slide, please. Included in the document received from the province last week were a number of metrics gathered from the province-wide 2020 financial information returns that compare us against other South Region single tiers. The first 3 indicators are property tax related and show that on an average household basis, our property taxes are very much in line, just a slight hair above the average for other South Region single tiers. But as a percentage of median household income, property taxes in Brantford are the same as other South Region single-tier municipalities. Additionally, our percentage of taxes billed that have not been collected is much lower than the average. The next 3 indicators relate to the city's debt load and show that our debt burden and annual servicing costs on a household basis are well below average, as is our debt servicing costs as a percentage of our own source revenues. The next 2 indicators speak to our discretionary reserve and reserve fund balances on both a per household basis and a percentage of expenditure basis. Our balances are healthy compared to our other South Region single tiers. And lastly is the asset consumption ratio, which represents the extent to which tangible capital assets have been depreciated. This ratio is indicating that our overall asset pool is slightly more depreciated than the average seen in the other South Region single tiers. But overall, from what has been provided, we are very much in line financially with other municipalities. Next slide, please. I'll briefly review the budget guidelines under which council directed this budget to be developed. So back in August, staff was directed to deliver a current service level budget for which the city controlled portion of that budget would achieve a target increase below 2%. And I am very happy tonight to say that this target has been met. Next slide, please. Council also directed that unmet needs resulting from increased staffing or enhanced service levels could not be included in the base budget. Instead, these requests would need to be presented separately to the Estimates Committee for consideration. I can say that the senior leadership team provided active oversight into this budget development process and rigorously vetted the needs that were put forward. As a result, I'm pleased to say that only 8 needs are being requested through the estimates process, as compared to 13 last year and over 30 just 2 years ago. Should these needs be approved, the city controlled portion of the budget will remain below the 2% target. Next slide, please. And also as directed, staff did provide City Council's request to each local board and agency to also meet a 2% budget target for 2022. Next slide, please. Now to the numbers. We are very happy to present to you this evening a 2022 municipal operating budget inclusive of our local boards, which represents an increase of 1.73% after assessment growth and is well below the approved 2% target. Next slide, please. This slide breaks down the total municipal increase into both the city controlled portion of the budget and the local board's portion of the budget. As you can see, the city controlled portion of the budget after its proportionate share of the assessment growth is at a 0.84% increase and well below the target approved by council. The total increase from the local boards after allocating their proportionate share of the assessment growth is 3.63%. However, I will note that the Brantford Public Library and John Noble Home are included in this number, and both did submit a budget that is below the requested target. Next slide, please. I'd like to highlight a couple of significant initiatives that were undertaken in 2021 that are having a very favorable impact on this and future budgets. First is the finalization of the new city-county cost share agreement, which will see a transition to a population-based sharing of social service costs. While this is a 3-year phase-in, an expected one-time dividend in 2022 has allowed us to realize the full financial benefits of the new cost share agreement immediately in 2022. Secondly is the utility merger, which is expected to have significant and incremental financial benefits on many future budgets beginning in 2023. Next slide, please. I did also want to briefly discuss the impacts that COVID-19 continue to have on our budgets. And while the city is still experiencing lost revenues in a number of services that have been most impacted by the pandemic, such as transit, parking, aquatics and arenas, community centers, provincial offenses, and the Sanderson Center, we do expect that reduced costs and grants carried forward from previous years will mitigate those losses again in 2022. Next slide, please. Next, we will look at the unmet needs that are being put forward to the estimates process for consideration. And as mentioned earlier, only 8 requests for enhanced services are being presented through this estimates process. Staff has prioritized these requests in the order which they appear on this slide. If all these needs were to be approved, the city-controlled portion of the budget would still be below the 2% target. The first 4 needs address public safety measures, including funding for a Red Cross evacuation center, additional firefighters, the continuation of the mobile security unit, and the introduction of a red light camera program. In addition, the red light camera program directly aligns with the Vision Zero road safety plan, while the introduction of a green bin program and electrification of the city's fleet align directly with the city's climate change action plan. 3 of these needs are presented in a manner where they will not have any impact on the tax levy. The lead loan grant program is a water initiative and will be funded from the water reserve, while the red light camera and the Year of the Garden are expected to have one-time costs in 2022 only. And as such, staff has recommended reserve funding for those needs as well. Next slide, please. So just to summarize, if the city's unmet needs were approved, the city controlled portion of the budget would be below target at 1.99%. And once the cumulative local board increase of 3.63% is added on, the total municipal budget inclusive of these important needs would be 2.52%. Next slide, please. Lastly, we will look at next steps. So tonight, the committee will begin the 2022 operating budget worksheet, which will include a presentation by our Director of Communications and Community Engagement and representatives from Laurier on the results of the 2022 budget engagement campaign. The committee will also have an opportunity tonight to ask questions of our local boards and agencies on their approved budgets. We'll continue on Wednesday night with presentations from the CAO, Fire, and Corporate Financing. And next week, we will meet on Monday and Wednesday to consider the remaining commission budgets, including Community Services and Social Development, People, Legislative Services and Planning, and last but certainly not least, Public Works. Additional nights have been set aside on February 14th and 16th if they're needed to finalize the operating budget, and a special council meeting has been scheduled for February the 23rd to adopt the 2022 operating budget. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions regarding the presentation? Councillor Sless.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Joelle. Joelle, I think on your one near the end, your slide indicated that if all unmet needs were approved, that we would go to a 2.52% budget increase.
Yes, through you, Chair Martin, to Councillor Sless. Overall, the total municipal budget, if all the needs on that slide were approved, would be a 2.52% budget increase. Yes.
Okay, and can you tell me what that translates to for a single family home, the residential increase?
If we're on an average home, if all those needs were approved, average residential impact would be $84.73.
Okay, can you give me a percentage on that as well, please, Joelle?
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I've got the wrong number. It's $97.15.
Okay. And the percentage?
2.89%.
2.89. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Joelle. Joelle, the single largest increase, as it has been the last 3 years, to the police budget. Can you tell me you mentioned that it would be 2.52% for all the unmet needs. What would it be if the police services budget came in at 2% plus its share of the increase in assessment growth? I don't need an answer right now, but I think instead of being 2.52, what would it be?
Yeah, Mayor Davis, we can do that calculation. It'll take us a few minutes just to
Okay.
isolate police individually, but I can get back to you on that.
Great, thanks very much.
Okay. Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joelle, the 8 unmet needs you showed us, there's only 3 that were going to be financed. The rest are all being dealt with without affecting the tax roll. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct. The 5 remaining ones do have an impact on the levy. Yes.
So those 3 are the ones that are pushing us to the 2.52.
The 3, the lead loan grant program, the Year of the Garden, and the red light camera all have no impact on the levy, either because they're rate supported or because there's only costs required for 2022 only, and the staff recommendation has been to fund those from reserves.
But there is only 3 on there that are tax supported then, right?
there are 5 on there that are tax supported.
Oh, I thought you showed 3 on
Sorry.
there that were funded.
Yeah, we can go back. So all the ones that have a net
Oh.
municipal cost.
Right, it's 5,
would-
yeah,
Yeah,
I see them. Okay. So and the largest one being the green bin program is a $500,000. And the
correct. And
red light camera is another $500,000. Okay,
the mobile security unit is the next one at $407,000.
okay. And can you tell me what the mobile security unit is?
That is the continuation of the mobile security program in the downtown.
Security guard.
So currently, we're funding that from capital reserves. And there's a consideration through this estimates process to see that continue, but those costs do need to become part of the annual operating budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor McCurry.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Joelle. Good job on this work. We have a significant amount of what's called new assessment this year. Is that safe to assume that that's the net difference between things that have been built in this city in the last year, producing tax revenue for the city, less those other taxpayers who've received credits during in-camera meetings?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor McCurry. Yes, that would be the net impact of any new assessment that comes on, less plus or minus any result of any assessment appeals as well.
Yeah, assessment appeals. Thank you. That was the phrase that I was searching and could not come into my head. So there was no reassessment generally in this community. Simply those lucky few that managed to convince MPAC that they're hard done by, and those are generally commercial, correct? If I recall.
Through Mr. Chair, some of the larger ones that have been brought forward to council are certainly commercial in nature. There are some smaller ones that aren't required to come to council, smaller residential items as well, but definitely the significant ones are in the commercial and somewhat in the industrial class.
Sure. Okay. Now, I think you also referenced something of a one-time special endowment that we're receiving. Is that from Brantford Power?
Yes, it is.
What's the amount of that?
Currently, we're estimating, we're budgeting to receive a one-time dividend related to a property disposition of $3 million. We're proposing to bring some of that into the 2022 budget that will allow us to realize the benefits of the new cost share agreement immediately in 2022. And we'll also be recommending that a portion of that be carried forward to the 2023 budget to continue with the third year of the phase-in of that agreement.
Okay, so is that what's the total impact for this year?
It is 2.25 million is what we're proposing to bring into this year's budget. That will offset some of our lost revenues on our promissory notes and some of the other items that we're holding in the current companies, as well as a phase-in. Sorry.
Sure. So that's I guess what you could say is that's a credit to our tax levy this year. Is that's money we don't have to collect from other taxpayers?
Certainly, if we didn't utilize these funds to offset some of our other revenue losses and then benefit from the phase-in, that would result in a budget increase.
Okay, so the 2.25 million then that we're using this year to provide a bit of relief to our beleaguered taxpayers, where do we find that 2.25 million next year to continue to provide that same relief?
We would expect that those funds would be replaced by dividends from the new corporation, as well as the revenues from the county for the continued phase-in of the new agreement. So those revenues would just be substituted with different sources of revenues. So no impact on future years is what we're forecasting.
So not just 2023, but years beyond the horizon as well.
Correct. Correct. No
Okay.
further financial impact expected.
Now, Joelle, I think we all got a notice that the cutoff for submission of 2021 receivables is going to be, I guess, the end of this week or next week. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
When do you expect to have a complete year-end summary of city operations unedited, Joelle? Sorry, I didn't mean unedited. I meant unaudited. I would hope they would be edited, but I don't think they'd be audited.
We're planning to have a preliminary year-end variance report ready for the Finance Committee meeting in March.
And you've
In
gone
March.
over your time, Counselor, so
Oh.
I can put you back on the list if you like.
Well, thanks for keeping track of that stopwatch, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You're welcome. Counselor Sless.
Thank you. Joelle, could you please put the unmet needs back up on the screen? The Red Cross Evacuation Center, 15,000. Can you explain what that is?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that question might be better suited for Marlene or someone from our CSSD commission.
So through the chair, if I may, Marlene Miranda, General Manager, Community Services and Social Development. This is an agreement to support emergency planning in the event that we need to evacuate and we need a reception center or an evacuation center. The Red Cross would come in and facilitate setting up the evacuation center for us until we were able to assume that role. So that it's to move forward with an agreement as we plan for our evacuation center in the event of an emergency.
So the 15,000, that's like a retainer, is it?
That's the annual cost of maintaining that agreement with the Red Cross.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Marlene. Then secondly, help me understand, Joelle, if you could, the large number for security, what the mobile security unit of I believe this year 407,000, but annualized would be 569 in 2023.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's actually an incremental cost. So the 407,000 is just to run the program from August to December of 2022. And then we need to annualize that amount next year. So it'll be an additional 569,000 if that was approved.
Okay. No, I thought, Joelle, that in the police budget, there's money in there for the police to hire folks to do this job as well. Is that not correct? Or I guess that's an unfair question to you.
Yeah, I think Rick Cox or Indy might be able to provide.
I can take that question if you like, Mr. Chair. I can get that if you like, and Rick can back me up. If Mr. Chair, Councilor Martin, through you, it's Brian Hutchings, the CEO. So Councilor Schless's question, this is the security, as Councilor Carpenter, this is the security unit we've approved till June or July, just does the downtown. The police have put in for special constables. We did a proposal for a special constable. It's not in our unmet needs at the moment because it's in the police. So this would be in addition to the special constables. It's still security patrolling the parkade and places like Marlene Avenue or Lauren Tower or the various other sites we have in City Hall and doing the after hours calling and those sorts of things. So it's in addition to the special constables, it's the security service.
So it's a parallel program then, Brian.
It's not the same as special constable. They'd be purely in the downtown, not parallel. I would say it's a little junior to it, but it does more than it all does all city facilities across the city.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, Joelle, are you in a position yet you're projecting surplus or deficit?
Through you, Mr. Chair, for 2021, I'm not in a position currently. We are just going through all of our year-end entries and analysis currently.
Okay, we're not at the educated guess stage yet then.
Certainly the last variance report forecasted a surplus. Obviously, many things happened as the year continued. Omicron happened. There's been a number of factors impacting the budget at the end of the year. So we are going to take some time to do our due diligence on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mayor Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. I just wanted to thank staff for we saw this approach beginning 2 years ago. We saw it last year, and this year we're really seeing its fruition. A couple of things are happening here, and this is due to direction that came from my office and council, and also primarily from our CEO, Brian Hutchings, as he came in and changes he was making and has made. You can hear from the answers, some of which were given to you tonight, that there's a real focus on multi-year budgeting, like trying to look at what the impact is next year, the following year. We aren't fully into multi-year budgeting, but certain important steps have been taken to realize that, and you've seen some of the evidence of that tonight. And also, thank you, staff. I mean, it's great not to have to be into that classic budget game where staff come in and make a request of 8%, and then we spend 8 agonizing weeks of trying to get it down to some reasonable level. Staff have taken to heart the recommendation we gave to them last year as to the target increase that we're looking for. And I thank staff for having done that. And I think it's reflective of a lot of hard work on the part of a lot of different departments, and certainly our senior management team as well. So thank you for that. Doesn't mean that there won't be changes, but certainly it's great to be able to know that we're not having to deal with like hundreds of changes, likely changes.
Okay, with that, we have no delegations for tonight's meeting. So we'll jump into step 1A. Joel Daniels, if you could provide an overview for this step, please.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair Martin. Step 1A just reiterates the chart from my presentation that indicates a starting point of a budget increase, overall municipal budget increase of 1.73%, which is $172,765,864. That results in an average residential tax increase of $70.59, or 2.1% average residential tax increase. I will just note that that increase from 173 to 2.1 is being driven by the city's tax ratio reduction policy, which is reducing tax ratios for the business classes to a target of 1.5%. Just continuing on, the average commercial tax increase is also 2.1%. The average industrial increase is 1.989%, and the average multi-residential tax increase is actually a decrease of 4.15%.
Okay, I need a mover and a seconder to put the opening motion on the floor. Councillor Utley, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Sless. Okay, as a reminder, no vote will be taken on the opening motion, as amendments will be made throughout the 2022 Estimates Committee operating budget process, with a final vote occurring at the last Estimates Committee meeting to approve the opening budget as amended. Okay. Councillor McCurry, you have a question?
Mr. Chair, as is customary for me at this point in the proceedings, I'd like to move that we call the question now. This is the best we'll do as a starting point tonight. It can only go downhill from there as concerns the cost to taxpayers.
Do you have a seconder for that? I believe I saw Councillor Wall first. Okay. Questions, comments on the motion to call the question? Seeing none, we'll call the vote on the motion to call the question.
We're just waiting on Mayor Davis. Just as a reminder, and Councillor Utley, just as a reminder, you do need to be in the February 18th date of eScribe. Or you can verbalize your vote to me.
Yeah, it's no.
I vote in the affirmative. I can't pull that up on my February 18.
The motion to call the question carried on a recorded vote of 8-3. Those in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Utley, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall. Those against, Mayors Davis, Councillor Vanderstelt, and Councillor Sless.
Okay, with that, we'll be calling the question on the opening motion. Keep in mind that if this passes, there will be no unmet needs added in or changes to the budget. So with that, Mayor Davis, did you want to comment before we call the question?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to comment. I understand the attractiveness of let's get it done in 20 minutes. But I think if we consider the budget survey that was done, and there's information in there, it's the overwhelming majority of residents expect certain city services to be provided, and I think the unmet needs does that to some degree. It's not an overly excessive or exhaustive list of unmet needs, and there's some pretty critical ones in there, such as the one for fire. You'll recall that we did approve last year that for consideration, and that's intended to make one of the ladder trucks a first response vehicle, which in essence adds to the number of vehicles we have available to respond to fire calls, which has not been increased in 10 years. And this does it without actually increasing the number of fire trucks, just making better use of these fire trucks. The other issue in terms of the city's private security, we did approve the private security that to the end of July. And this allows for that, the unmet need for that to continue. And that's pretty critical because there hopefully will be special constables in the downtown overseen by the Brantford Police Service. But remember that security service is a lot more than about downtown. It's got all our housing developments, it's got certain facilities that are outside the downtown, Marlene Ave included. I think we've recognized in the experience we've had the last year and a half, there is a need that we take better care of our own properties, and that you can't rely on the police to do that. They can't be there 24/7, whereas our security service can. And similarly, many other businesses have done that for their own properties. So it would be but I think it has to be the same. So I think I understand the reason why and the desire to wrap things up quickly and at the figure that's been provided. But I think there's much more we can do, and to avoid an excessive increase for residents, but at the same time meeting a number of critical needs. So, and I think it's deserving of our further consideration. I mean, we may leave it at this where we are right now. Maybe we don't approve any unmet needs, but I think we should have the opportunity of debating those.
Thank you, Councillor McCurry.
I'd just like to point out for the public who may be watching that I'm sure the mayor did not intend to mean that the 8 of us that voted in favor of this are just too damn lazy to come back to work other nights.
Actually, Councillor McCurry, the motion to call the question is not debatable once the motion to call the question has been called. So we'll go straight to the vote now.
Just to clarify for members, sorry, through the chair, this is not the motion to call the question, but the vote on the actual budget.
Correct.
Affirmative for me, please.
And Mayor Davis? Sorry, you are muted, sir.
Sorry, I'm still having trouble with the e-scribe, so my vote's no.
The motion on the budget is lost on a 2-9 vote. Those in favor, Councillors Utley and Carpenter. Those against, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstelt, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Antosky, Van Tilburg, and Wall. So through the chair, in regards to this, as the motion to carry the budget has been lost on a recorded vote, there's actually no motion pending on the floor. At such time, in order to get the budget back on the floor, we would need a motion for reconsideration from members on the prevailing side. So anyone except for councillors Utley and Carpenter to reconsider the motion to place it back on the floor and do a vote with a 2/3 majority on that. So we would be seeking a mover and seconder or a new motion.
It's Councillor Sluss move it and Councillor Antosky seconding. So this is a motion to reconsider, which will put the opening motion back on the floor. Correct?
Councillor Utley, your vote?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Mayor Davis?
Affirmative.
The reconsideration carries with the required numbers of votes on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sluss, McCreary, Martin, Antosky, and Wall. Those against, Councillors Carpenter and Van Tilburg. The main motion is back on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Now, do members have any questions on the proposed operating budget or treasurer's presentation? Please note that opportunities for questions on departmental budgets will be provided in the commission specific steps of this worksheet. Councillor McCreary.
Chair, thank you. Joelle, you did mention a dollar number for the residential increase at this point in the proceedings. Could you indicate whether the starting point is 84.73 or if it was 97.50?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the 9750 was actually a number that in an answer to a question that was asked when all the unmet needs were added in. So the actual starting point currently is $70.59.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Yes, what is the taxation rate of businesses versus residential?
You want the
One that-
multipliers?
Yeah, the multipliers that we've been bringing down. So when it comes down to dollars and cents, when a residence increase comes and the business increase, who's higher and who's lower?
Through Mr. Chair, so the ratios or the multipliers that the other classes are. So residential is 1, and then commercial has a ratio that is 1.7457, higher than the residential class. The industrial has a ratio that is 2.2436. And the multi-residential, unless you're in the new multi-residential class, so new multi-residential are already at 1.1 times, but all other multi-residential is 1.7488.
Okay, so what's this? Okay, the 415% that's in brackets then, what does that mean?
So that is the, if this budget was approved at this level, the average multi-residential property would see a decrease of 4.15%. And that's driven by our tax ratio reduction policy because the multi-residential class had a large amount of assessment growth in 2021. So what the policy provides for is 80%. They get a reduction equal to 80% of the growth they experience in their class. So they did have large assessment growth. So overall, the multi-residential class is benefiting in seeing a ratio reduction that is resulting in average decrease of 4.15% in 2020.
Okay, so when I look at average residential, they're paying 2.10% increase under what we've got right now. And commercial tax is 2.10%. That's correct?
commercial will see an average increase of 2.1%, and
2 point-
industrial
yeah,
will see an
2.1.
average increase, yes, of 1.89%.
So why is industrial less than commercial?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, that they had very, very small assessment growth in 2021 in that class.
I
So-
understand that, and I think that's our policy. I guess I'm trying to figure out why apparently we're going to continue to bring down the industrial and apparently the commercial, but why wouldn't we at least be paying the same?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, the ratios are
That-
decreasing for those other business classes.
That's based on
but-
the will of council, is it not? That we made that policy? That's not a provincial policy.
That is correct. That is.
Okay,
a
so
state
we
policy.
have determined that the industrial tax will be less than the residential tax. If the industrial tax was at 2.1, how much would that change the budget for the average residential taxpayer?
Yeah. Through you,
It
Mr.
would
Chair,
shift it.
yeah, you can really only amend the ratios. So
I
as an
understand that.
example,
This is
as
a hypothetical question. We created this for a reason some time ago. And so my hypothetical question is, if the tax rate was the same on industrial, would that affect the residential rates and how much we're collecting versus how much we're paying? Because I don't know the scope of industrial revenue.
Your time is up, Counselor. Wait for the answer. And
No problem.
So, sorry, Councillor Martin, am I able to answer that or?
give him the answer
Oh.
if he's done.
Okay, so I believe perhaps what's being asked is if the ratios were not changed and they were in place, still the same as they were last year, the resulting effect would be that all the classes would essentially see an average increase that's equal to the budget. So 1.73%.
Okay, Mayor Davis, you have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Joelle, first of all, your PowerPoint presentation, I assume that'll be sent to us. I've been having trouble finding it.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We'll make sure that that
Yeah,
is sent to you or put in your resource folder.
All right, and where did this policy, it certainly wasn't done by this council, but where did this policy come from? That you take the increase in the assessment for a particular class, and it's only that class that, in effect, quote, benefits from it. Is that provincial? That's not provincial policy, right?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, no, it's not a provincial policy. The province had established range of fairness guidelines. So our ratio reduction policy sees that being reduced, those ratios reduced to 1.5. The current policy has been in effect since 2015, so definitely prior to this council, although certainly the methodology was around prior to that, but the calculation of the reduction in those years was different than it is under the current policy. So since 2015, the current policy is to reduce the ratios by 80% of the assessment growth seen in those classes.
Right. And last question too. So this tax ratio policy, but there's something else that's also been a benefit to the industrial tax base, I think commercial as well. And that's they of course pay part of the education tax. And we as the city, we levy that on them, although obviously we don't use that money. Now they got a bit of a break last year when the province reduced the education tax rate. What was the kind of size of that impact in terms of their total tax bill for the average owner of industrial or commercial land? Remember,
Yep.
4%. I can't remember. Yeah.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to have Pat Telfer jump in, who can provide that information for you.
It's Pat Telfer, a manager of revenue and tax collector. So yes, last year the province reduced education rates to what they deem as a target rate, and that resulted in a 30% reduction in their education taxes. for commercial and commercial and industrial properties. And what that meant on their overall taxes, when you include the city portion, it was about an 11% reduction in their overall taxes from that provincial direction.
Right, so many of them, well, all of them, many of them saw 11% reduction last year on average.
Correct, and those rates have been maintained for the 2022 tax year.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Slush, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. You touched on this, Joelle. Didn't this policy become get initiated by the province and their range of fairness, and we were out of whack, and this was done to adjust and try and get us back into that range of fairness. Is that not correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so where are we with this range of fairness? Is that still a thing with the provincial government? Is there still a chart somewhere that says this is the range of fairness?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to get Pat to jump on again, who can further explain the range of fairness aspect.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the range of fairness is still a provincial guideline. And what that means is if you have tax ratios above the range of fairness, you cannot raise your tax ratios. You can only reduce them towards the range of fairness. Currently, all our tax ratios, commercial, industrial, and multi-residential, are above the range of fairness, and that's why we are reducing them. The actual ratio reduction policy directs that we not get down to the range of fairness, which is 1.1. We are only going, our policy is to only go to 1.5 times the residential tax rate.
And so, where are we, Pat, in achieving that?
Well, for each individual class, so the commercial class is right now at 1.7457, so it's just above the 1.5. The industrial is at 2.2436. Now it started at a lot higher. It started back in 2008. This program.
Yes, that's right.
That we've been bringing it down, and the multi-residential is at 1.7488. It had a fairly significant reduction in this past year for this budget because it had the best assessment growth of all the classes.
Okay, I guess I'm just wondering about the what do you call it, the industrial category. It just happened that this morning, Councillor Utley and I we did a tour with the Granite Group that we approved last week, I believe, at committee for a development out in the Northwest. And in discussions with them this morning on the site while we were just talking, I always like to know why people choose Brantford. And he said one of the big drivers was the affordable, how did he word it? The favorable tax rates. And yet we're still reducing, although we're not at the within the range of fairness, but other communities must be way above the range of fairness if he's making statements like that. According to him, our rate is so appealing that we won out over many other communities for their development to happen. So I'm just wondering, how low do we go? Like, it sounds like we're leading that band now. That I don't know where we have to get to, because we're obviously getting there a lot quicker than other communities, Patrick. And I'm just wondering, we're doing it somewhat on the backs of the homeowner, because the tax has to be collected somewhere. So if it's not being collected on the industrial, it's going to be collected in another class. So,
okay. Councillor Slush, your time is up. Allow for the answer.
Okay. I'm not sure I got the question yet.
I think the question is, are we considered favorable to other municipalities? And I think for the industrial class, we are in the mid-range of other municipalities. Our commercial taxes are considered high. Our residential taxes are considered in the mid-range as well, in the mid to low range as far as comparing to other municipalities. But for industrial, we are in the middle of the pack. There are many municipalities that are well above us. It's called a threshold when you get to the very top of the what's allowed by the province. And if you're above the threshold, you can't share any of your budget increase with those tax classes. And that was at the very start of this policy back in 2008, was to bring the industrial tax class down under that threshold so they could share in the budget increase with all the classes.
That's great. Thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Carpenter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, and Pat did a great job of covering that off. So Pat, we cannot raise the rate once we've lowered these rates on the commercial industrial, right?
Through the chair, that is correct. Yes.
Yeah. So
as long as you're above the range of fairness, you can't raise the tax ratio.
Yeah, the 1 point. Once you're above the 1 point, I think the range of fairness is 1.2.
1.1 is the top of the range of fairness.
1.1, and I believe we settled on 1.5, knowing full well we thought the province had it wrong, because we thought the province was saying, look, industrial, commercial, and multi-residential, those are all businesses, and they're able to claim their expenses. The residential property taxpayer isn't able to do that. And so we thought the fairness of 1.1 to 1 really wasn't the range of fairness. In fact, it was giving advantage to all the business classes that own, industrial and commercial properties and multi-residential. So that's where the argument came in. 1.5 seemed to be relatively reasonable to go in the direction the province was mandating that we go to. So just want to give some clarification to how we got there. So we're on the right track. I know it looks like, and it is, in fact, Pat, if we were too high, all the budget increase, all of it would fall directly on the residential taxpayer, and none of it could fall on the commercial and industrial. I think you've already commented on that, did you not?
That is correct. If you are above the threshold set by the province, with all your non-residential tax classes, we wouldn't be able to share any of the budget increase with those classes. And although I think we haven't been there in a while, but I think municipalities that are in that situation are now allowed to share 50% of the budget increase. But I'm not too sure of that policy, because we're not in that situation.
It's kind of like everything else. When you follow the guidelines and you follow the policy, the province doesn't reward you. But if you don't follow the policy or follow the guidelines, all of a sudden the province rewards you. I've seen that with grants and waters and sewers and everything else. One more question then, Pat, to the multifamily residential class. We have two different tax rates. Were we obligated to take the lower tax rate for new multifamily residential, or was that an option?
Through the chair, no, that was not an option. That was a provincial direction in 2017 that any new multi-residential properties have to go to 1.1 tax ratio.
Yeah, so they're automatically at 1.1, even though they're a business, and they can write those things off. So that on those multifamily. Now, when we say multifamily residential, we want to be clear. These are rental units. Condominiums aren't multifamily residential. They're single units as far as the tax class, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. It's a property with 7 or more self-contained units in one property. They are typically rental properties.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Appreciate that.
Okay, before I go to second-time speakers, Pat, if I remember right, when this whole program started, the industrial was over 3 times the multiplier, and I think the commercial was in the high 2s, was it not?
Through the chair, the industrial was over 3 back in the mid 2000s, and the commercial was I kind of say I don't have my information with me, but I would say it was around 2.5. I don't think it got to 3. It was up at the 3 level.
Yeah, it's been a while, but my memory says about 2.8, but I could be wrong on that. Okay, so we've brought them down quite a bit already. And okay, so second time speakers, Councillor Van Tilburg.
Thank you, Chair. Pat, have you seen, because we have no control over the assessment of the industrial. Have you seen industrial properties devalued by millions through appeals to impact?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't say appealed by millions, but I mean, there are appeals going on all the time.
We've never seen a property devalued by $1 million. Oh,
yes, absolutely, yes.
With our
minute, yes.
Yeah, so, and
Yes.
because this happens quite frequently over the 2 terms that I've seen. So while residential properties seem to be evaluated and going up and at skyrocketing rates, we're watching industrials not only hold their own, but actually appeal and go down. And does that not leave us scrambling at budget time? All of a sudden we get halfway through and we say, this came in, it's been reassessed, and then we're trying to scramble to find $100,000, $500,000 to cover losses that we expected in revenues. Does that happen?
Well, that's correct. Assessment appeals do impact our revenue base, and they offset any assessment growth that we achieve through new properties. That is correct.
Now, when you say that gets me to this point, who's absorbing that? The residential taxpayer?
All properties would absorb it. So if one property
Is that not wrong? Is that not a flaw in our system? We seem to be saying that if your assessment growth does this, but then when they appeal, everybody else is sharing the load. And I don't think that's right. Is there a way to correct that? That it goes back on to the same group?
Through the chair. No, I mean, every property owner has the right to appeal their assessment. And if they're successful, their value goes down, and in turn, their taxes will reduce.
Okay.
Which means the rest, every other property, not just residential, every other property.
I do understand the logic to that. I do. It's very problematic when we get halfway through a year and the money that we expect isn't there. And quite frankly, those with money can make these appeals. A lot of people with their residential homes, very unlikely that they can make an appeal to say, hey, my house isn't worth that. So they've got to foot the bill. Not only does their assessment go up, but then all of a sudden they get dinged by us at this time with another 2% increase. So it does add significantly. And I'm just saying, it looks like to me, and we do run into this, it looks like while we're trying to help industry on the municipal level, some of the things that are happening at the provincial level in the assessment is hurting us to a degree. And perhaps we might want to consider putting a freeze on that number that we're dropping, because if we do have to have those little raises on them, that's okay too. But if we're not that way, we're not losing any money. Just a comment. I think council might want to look into that a little deeper than me just going with some thoughts. But if we could investigate whether or not maybe we should just hold the line for now until we see how things shake out, instead of each year dropping it when maybe we don't have to.
Well, it's a political decision, Councillor. Well, it's not up to staff to make that decision. It's up to council to make that. Mayor Davis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I can understand what Councillor Van Tilburg is talking about, and especially when you consider the impact of the business education tax rate reduction. It's created a much more level playing field for those landowners here in Brantford. And that wasn't across the province. We were at unusually high. Our commercial industrial property owners are paying a really high business education tax rate. So there's a province equalizing that. And I don't think we can lose sight of that. That's dropped their taxes on average 11%. And so if we're interested in doing overall fairness, I think that's relevant. But this policy was brought in 2015. So I'm asking staff. I assume part of the reason for doing it was because in comparison to other municipalities, our tax rates for commercial industrial, they were just way out of whack. They were way too high. Is that too simple, or was that a really very important consideration?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll do a brief answer. Maybe Pat will want to jump in and provide some more detail. But certainly it was a bit high, but it was definitely a business attraction initiative to get more.
So what are these thresholds? Pat, you kept talking about thresholds. What are the thresholds?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the thresholds are the maximum the province will allow you to put your tax ratios at and
Yeah.
still share
what-
the budget between all classes. But we're well below those thresholds now, and because you're not allowed to go up, they don't impact us anymore.
Well, can you tell me what those thresholds are?
Oh, sure, yes. So the commercial threshold is 1.98. The industrial threshold is 2.63, and the multi-residential threshold is 2.74.
Yeah, so, and when was the last time we compared our ratios to other like-sized tier 1 municipalities?
I do them regularly. I haven't published anything like that or shared it with council, but I can. I do have that information. I can share. I don't have it with me tonight, but I could share it for another meeting. And prepare it for another meeting.
Yeah, because I think you said that we're now middle of the pack. Did you say?
For industrial, yes. Commercial work is still considered high.
Okay.
And I'm talking relative taxes. I'll have to put the numbers together for the actual ratios, but we follow a study that compares relative taxes of similar types of properties across many municipalities in the province, and I take a subset of those that are our comparators and compare them.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that. So I appreciate if you could do that. It isn't too much work and effort. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I don't want to belabor this any longer than we have to, but I just want to add some more comments. The 1.7 that we're at, that we can't raise the ratios above where they are now. We can only drop them, right, or stop them. That be correct?
The chair, that is correct. We cannot raise them. We can only reduce them or keep them the same.
Right. So, and basically, two of them are at 1.7, and one of them's at a little over 2. So, if we were to reduce that target that we said 1.5 to 1.7, that's probably about the best we could do.
Oh, that's a council decision. That's not a political or a provincial.
No, but but the numbers that we're
decision.
allowed to move to, that's about where we could move to. We can't raise them. We could stop the decline to 1.7 instead of 1.5 if we wish.
Council could do that, yes.
Okay. And so are we all allowed to make it different for each class? And so one class could be 1.7, the other class we could say is going to be 2.
Yes, that is correct. You could
Okay.
You could do that. Yes.
And it's just, that's good information, because when you provide us with the ratios and the comparison with other municipalities, and just the members of council, these reports come through the finance committee through to council and are approved by council when the tax ratios are set, whether they're held and what they're put at, and that comes every year annually to the chair and to the council. Thank you.
Councillor Wall.
Thanks, Chair Martin. You're doing a great job, by the way. Okay, I'm on the clock. Here we go. I got a couple of questions, I guess, about commercial and industry in regards to vacancy, use, turnover, and then like the difference between residential, right? Like what residential property owner wants their house to be worth less versus somebody who owns a giant commercial property or an industrial property. Do we have any information on whether or not many of these commercial industrial units are renters, or like renters who are renting versus the owners using them? And then my question, if I had one, would be, what would be a reason somebody who owns a industrial property or commercial property would seek reassessment? Because in my experience, many industrial properties are purpose-built facilities. So, I mean, it might be worth so much money because it was purposely built to do this one thing, but then the event that that industry just shuts down, it's no longer worth anything because it was, unless, so why would we be seeing these major fluctuations on a property? Why would it be assessed so high and then suddenly, is anything I'm saying making sense?
Through the chair. So first part of your question was, do we know whether they're renters or the owners actually occupying the property, the commercial or industrial property? We probably have that information. I don't know. I'd have to look at each individual property to see what's going on there. Economic development might have a better understanding of that situation. As far as why do businesses seek reassessment, and typically it's strictly to lower their taxes, reduce their value, it reduces their taxes.
No,
Every
that
industrial
I understand,
property,
Pat.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
that I get.
Yeah.
Why I'm saying why would it suddenly be worth less than what it was assessed for the first time? What are the primary reasons that somebody would seek reassessment? Is it literally and figuratively, just specifically like, okay, I own this giant 15,000 foot square, you know what I mean? It was assessed at a high value and now it's being assessed at a lower value. Were they just wrong the first time? What are some of the reasons?
Through the chair, I agree with that. It's MPAC sets the value through their complicated method of assessment. I'm not an assessor, but they determine the assessment of every property in the province. And if the property owner feels that their property is assessed too high, it is in their best interest to seek reassessment through an appeal to reduce the value to lower their taxes.
There was mentions about cost about that. So is that just not something that's feasible for your average residential property owner? If they wanted to argue that their house in Eagle Place isn't worth 600,000, it's worth 200,000?
Through the chair, there are lots of residential property owners that do appeal the value of their properties as well, and are successful.
Is it cost prohibitive?
I don't think so. No, I don't remember if there's a cost to do it. I don't think.
I gotta tell you, we've been talking about this forever, and I'm trying to comprehend it. I mean, that's why we have you incredible people to kind of explain it to us. I'm still trying to wrap my head around why the assessment would be wrong in the first place. And is the assessment based upon the use, or like, what are these assessed values based on? I know you said it's MPAC's complicated formula, but.
Your time is up, Councillor, so we'll allow an answer if Pat has one.
Well, I think that's exactly it. MPAC has a database and a modeling that they do to increase properties. They don't go back out and increase every individual property by investigating each property. So it's a modeling that occurs based on averages and price increases throughout the from assessment cycle to assessment cycle. Normally, every assessment cycle is every 4 years. That's been on hold for a couple of years, but right now, every property in the province is set at a value as at January 1st, 2016. That was supposed to be increased to January 1st, 2019, 2 years ago, but did not occur. But that's the complication that MPAC has to go through, is try to get every property valued at a specific date, and then again, it's best in the best interest of the property owner to determine whether they feel that assessed value is accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Slush, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, just further to that, Mr. Chair, I've gone with residents when they've appealed their assessed value, and it appeared to me everything's done by comparators. They don't go into every house. Back in the day, they used to, and if you put a new washroom in off your rec room, that increased the value of your home, and that was caught the next time this gentleman or the inspector did a survey of your home. They actually came in and had a look around. They don't do that now. It's all averages, and if you go there to appeal, you have to have comparators that are comparable to your home and present that to make your case. That's how they do it. But it's not worth, and I think I kept hearing, well, my house is worth so much. The resale of the value of your home means absolutely nothing. It's the assessed value that your taxes is based on. And your assessed value will always be a lot lower than what you could sell your home for. Typically it is a lot lower. So there's a lot of balls in the air when you're trying to figure out what's being talked about here. But basically the assessed value is something that's an arbitrary number that somebody from MPAC has assigned to your home. And you have the legal right to appeal that if you think it's wrong. And you do that by comparing it to similar type homes. And that's how you can appeal, and good luck to you, but you can attempt it. That's how the system works. It has nothing to do with the resale value of your home at all. The two aren't related. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just, I can see the frustration on Councillor Wall's face, and I don't know a lot about it, but the little bit I do know, I learned by being there, and it's a real mess, I think. But anyway, that's the system, and that's what we have to deal with.
Yeah, the other thing people sometimes forget is that the assessed value is usually a date 2 or 3 years ago, and people think that that's what their house is supposed to be worth now, and it's no relationship at all, because a lot of times it's 2 or 3 years previous that the assessment was done. Pat, just a question: when we do these calculations, based on the assessment growth within a category, is that net of any appeals that have caused reductions within that category?
Through you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. Yeah, assessment growth is like we said before, a net of all new properties or new valuations on properties, less any assessment appeals that are reduced other properties. So it's the net of all that.
So because these are being reduced, there's obviously a greater increase in assessment than what was reduced through appeals.
For the multi-residential class, that didn't hold true this year for the commercial class. There was no assessment growth in the commercial class, and that's why their
and it didn't change.
Their rate didn't change. It's the same as the residential.
Okay, Councillor Van Tilburg, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I actually have a procedural question. When we brought this back on the floor, those items that were the unmet needs, are they coming back to us at a later time, or are they up for discussion now, or is that for later? What's the
each one will come through when that department is presenting their budget. Okay. And they're, like, for example, the fire department, when they present on Wednesday, there's an unmet need in theirs. So on Wednesday, we'll have a vote as to whether to advance it to the final stage where we'll assess all the unmet needs together.
No, I just they were up there on the list at the beginning, and I thought we were going to have a little debate, then things shut down. So that's fine, fair enough, and I appreciate the answer, Chair. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll now ask Maria Versace, Director of Communications and Community Engagement, and Professor James Potham, Matthew R. Arp, and Joycelyn Booten of Wilfrid Laurier University to present on the Public Engagement Campaign Survey results.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just ask clerk staff to pull up the presentation. Thanks, Melanie. Thank you again, Chair Martin. Good evening, members of the committee. For those watching from home, my name is Maria Versace, and I am the Director of Communications and Community Engagement. And it is my pleasure to introduce tonight's presentation regarding the results of the 2022 Budget Priorities Public Engagement Campaign. Next slide, please. As the committee is aware, we took a different consultation approach with this year's campaign in partnering with researchers from Wilfrid Laurier University's Brantford campus to provide a more research-informed review and analysis of the public's feedback. This was done with the primary objective of enhancing the level of meaningful engagement with residents, and so that the findings could better inform decisions of the Estimates Committee. Next slide, please. As a brief recap, the engagement campaign included a revised public survey that was featured on the city's Let's Talk Brantford engagement portal. And new this year was the introduction of a community-wide telephone survey of residents of the city. The random telephone sample was added to improve the validity of the results. And as you'll hear in more detail shortly, both the randomness and the sample size of the telephone survey improves the validity of the results overall. The 81-page findings report included in tonight's worksheet is both detailed and extensive in its reporting of the relationship between socioeconomic characteristics and resident preferences in terms of priorities across several areas, including overall satisfaction, value, service levels of key programming and service areas, discretionary spending, and the introduction or increase of new user fees. Next slide, please. With that, I'm very pleased to be joined tonight and to introduce the research team who led this research exercise and conducted the analysis and the reporting of the results. They include Dr. James Potham, Matthew Arp, and Joycelyn Booten, and I cannot thank them enough. They were an absolute pleasure to work with. We started this process in spring of 2021. They have been amazing guides to me in learning more about scientific validity and its relationship to the analysis of the data and reporting the data, and have been very professional, but also a real pleasure to work with. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. James Popham to take the committee through highlights of the research findings.
Through the chair, thank you very much. I just would like to reiterate that this was a collaborative effort. So, of course, we'd like to thank Maria and her team for all of the support, as well as my colleagues, Dr. Arp and Jocelyn with the MSSW. As Maria mentioned, we were asked, sorry, can I have the next slide, please? As Maria mentioned, we were asked in Q3 to do an analysis or a review of the survey mechanisms that were used to engage community members on budgetary issues and spending priorities. As a result, we came back with a report suggesting some making some suggestions in response to questionnaire design, data validity, and the veracity of the findings. And this was reported to the committee on the 15th of September back in 2021. My apologies there. Next slide, please. In general, what we recommended was an expanded set of demographic questions. This will provide valuable information about the representativeness of our survey, as well as future opportunities to look at how different communities and groups within the city of Brantford are responding to various questions. We also streamlined the instructions. So in order to ensure that people were comprehending and answering accurately, we made sure that the language was useful and effective. Third, we revised the questionnaire and response language as a whole. So this includes things like changing the types of responses that people can provide. And as a whole, this improves the veracity of the data while also aligning with Statistics Canada data standards. And there is some true value in doing that, because that will allow you to connect some of the findings in this report to similar demographic information that's been issued by Statistics Canada about the city of Brantford, which is a census subdivision. And as a whole, we also tried to improve accessibility. So whereas some members of the community may not have access to the internet and internet-based surveys, we hoped that by using a randomized calling list, we would have greater accessibility with those who couldn't log on. I could have the next slide, please. What we did, we focused on two approaches. We maintained the existing web sampling process. So that's using the Let's Talk platform. On top of that, we conducted a randomized telephone survey. The sampling strategy with the web approach has some risk of what's called self-selection bias. And so we wanted to try to avoid that with a better understanding of what the public was saying. Our telephone survey was administered by the Canadian Hub for Applied and Social Research. That's operated out of the University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon, though in connecting with people, they would have identified themselves as both individuals representing the University of Saskatchewan as well as the city of Brantford. We used what's called a random call method. So several call lists were located. These include both cell phone and landline telephone numbers. And then the software that they have at Chaser would have automatically dialed random numbers. As a whole, we had 500 completed surveys, which is going to give us data that is plus or minus 5% accurate. So within 5 percentage points of what the general public might poll on an issue. And that's going to be accurate 95 times out of 100. The web survey, again, continued through the Let's Talk platform. It was administered in total. We had about 244 responses of residents aged 18 or older. While this gives us some insights and gave us a better chance for collecting qualitative data, so people's thoughts, the data itself is a little bit less representative. So it's plus or minus 7% of what polling measures might be. However, that's only accurate about 80 out of 100 times. So one thing that we want to be cautious about when looking at web surveys like that are risks associated with external validity. That is that we can't really make a solid argument that the data collected through the web survey represents the public. Next slide, please. This is just a quick rundown. Again, it helps to draw some or identify some of the differences between the two survey methods we used. On the left is the web survey. You'll note that there was a overrepresentation of post-secondary educated respondents. On the right, you'll see that there is also a high percentage of people who had post-secondary education that responded. However, that is balanced out a little bit by the secondary as well. So it's a little bit more reflective of the city of Brantford, although as a whole, it's slightly overrepresenting those with post-secondary education. And could I have the next slide, please? Similarly, we saw this is a little bit more indicative of the quality of data you get through a telephone survey. If you look at the chart on the left, that indicates the distribution of respondents and their ages. For the telephone survey, it's a nice, in statistics, I would find that pretty good. It's got a little bit of a skew, but it's very close to a normal distribution. Compared to the web survey there, we see we have what's called a bimodal distribution. Again, the age was slightly misrepresentative in both cases of the general public. However, we used some statistical controls to weight for the differences. And that just means that people who are slightly younger, their answers would have had a little bit more of a weight or impact on the analysis than those who were older. Could I have the next slide, please? And again, just one last couple of slides that are going to demonstrate the quality of the spread. So this map is a little bit difficult to read at the scaling, but generally with the telephone survey, we saw virtually every postal code within the city represented. If I could go to the next slide, please. Whereas with the web, we saw certain areas that had a high concentration and other areas did not have any responses at all. And next slide, please. So looking at the data, we're going to just split up the web and the telephone survey for the next few slides so that you can have some idea of what different groups of people were saying. Although, again, I would ask that you please consider the veracity of the telephone survey as far more impactful than that of the web survey. So in terms of looking at satisfaction and value for money spent on taxes, you'll see that the residents of the city of Brantford primarily answered that they felt the overall value was fairly good. And again, looking at the chart on the left there, which gives us a little bit of a heat map, you see toward the higher end, 6, 7s, and 8s were the most highly responding answers. And the next slide, please. This is the same charts looking here at the web survey. You'll see that, for example, it's much more tends toward the middle. This leads me, to believe that there may have been some politically motivated responses here. One thing that stands out for me, for example, is that the overall satisfaction was rated at a 5 compared to on the other chart, it would have been closer to 8 or 9. And when we have web-based surveys where people are not being prompted for answers, they tend to choose the middle option. Could I have the next slide, please? So this is the major findings, and I think what's going to be of most interest to the council today. These are examples of people's responses to how they think funding should be allocated to key programming and service agencies. Most notably for the telephone survey, you'll see that social assistance and homelessness, there was significant interest in the order of about 75%, hoping for increased investment or spending in social assistance and homelessness. Similarly, about 60% were very supportive or in support of improved spending on housing supports throughout the city. Can I go to the next slide, please? On the second set of questions here, where we were asking about discretionary spending areas, you'll note, again, in this case, this is residents were asked, should we continue spending on a given situation or question? And most telephone respondents were generally supportive of all discretionary spending with the exception of the municipal golf course investment. With the web survey, we saw a little bit more people saying that money shouldn't be spent on the airport, as well as the golf course and special events. However, again, I would caution the veracity of those responses. Okay, and next slide, please. This slide then focuses on the use of user fees, or how they should be spent. The majority of the respondents, again, felt that new or increased user fees for transit and lift access, as well as park and recreation facilities, could be a viable form of raising funds. Similarly, the vast majority of respondents supported increased or new user fees for new developments, as well as the use of roads. So in this case, they were asked, would you support the following, or support or oppose the following? And those were the categories that had the greatest positive response. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, this last couple of slides just again return to some of the summary findings. So as it says here, over half of the telephone and web respondents supported increasing taxes slightly or significantly. The respondents with primary education perceived better value for taxes. Those with secondary education were most critical. Spending on infrastructure now was the preferred approach by 56% of telephone respondents and 43% of respondents. And more educated respondents expressed higher levels of support for a downtown revitalization, and more educated respondents were in greater favor of increasing or adding new user fees, especially for commercial road usage and new development applications. There's a number of reasons why there may be this association with a person's education, which I'm not right now in a good position to comment on, but I would suggest that this is indicative of different viewpoints, particularly as we have some major shifts in the demographics that are occurring in Brantford. And can I have the last slide, please? Or my next slide? So finally, we had a little bit of a sentiment analysis of the comments that were received. In general, what this means is going through each comment that was placed or provided through the telephone survey and coding it as being either negative, mixed, neutral, or positive. Unsurprisingly, there were very few positive responses here, though this is to be expected when we're having a poll about municipal spending. More importantly, here on the telephone survey, you'll see that we did have quite a few negative sentiments expressed. These were primarily focused at, again, the issues that came up already. So how money was being spent and people generally being upset with the way taxes were being used by the city. However, when we look at the responses that were received, it tells a slightly different story. So that's it for me. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. You've gone over the time already, so did you have a wrap up at all, Maria, or should we open it up for questions?
Through you, Chair Martin, the next slide was actually questions. So if you're going to entertain that, we'd be happy to take questions from the committee now.
Okay, Councillor Carpenter, you're first.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, and thank you for the work from the university. I know I got a number of calls from constituents saying they weren't sure whether it was correct or whether it was a fake survey, because they said someone called me from Saskatchewan asking about Brantford. So that threw a few people off. But would it be correct to say that when we do a survey like this, it's really a snapshot in time? So based upon what's in the media, what's going on in the community in the last 12 to 18 months, would be reflective of what kind of survey samples we would get?
Through the chair, it wouldn't affect the samples themselves. It may affect the responses of the public in terms of the questions that are being asked. So Councillor Carpenter, certainly if there's a key issue in the news at the time, that is going to influence what people are responding to. This data was collected, I believe, in late 2021 or early 2022. So certainly some of the issues that were present in the media and public discussion at that time may have shaped people's sentiments.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I had a few calls on it as well, and in fact, Maria and I had a discussion about it. There was concern. One of the questions on the phone interview was they were asked what political party whether they were conservative or liberal or something along those lines. I'm not sure the exact question, but someone was quite upset about it. And the response Maria gave me was, well, they want to know where it's coming from. If it's a real conservative minded person, they would respond in a certain way. And if it was a very liberal thinking person, they would respond in a different way. Can you comment on that?
Yes, through the chair, Councillor Sless, that's an important question. I believe that you would have heard of that early on. That was a question that would have been used in our initial tests of the survey, but would have been removed later on, I believe. Regardless, there is certainly some import in requesting that information, because that will, again, for later analyses, be able to can help to inform what may have been shaping a person's opinions at the time. So again, certain issues are going to be popular in certain political beliefs or ideologies, and those are going to then influence a person's thoughts or responses to a given set of questions.
Okay, thank you. And then me personally, I put more faith in the responses from the phone, the random phoning, than I do the web, simply because with web surveys, an organized group can get together and sway that whole thing and skew it to the point that it doesn't even resemble the question. Where when it's random, that person is caught off guard, and that they simply, to me, would respond more honestly than someone who's trying to achieve a certain outcome to the survey. I think you know what I'm saying. At least I hope you do. Does that make sense? That you can put more, I guess, if you're a betting person, you would bet on the phone interview as opposed to someone going independently on the web and plugging in some answers to questions. Is that fair?
Yes, Councillor Sless, absolutely. There is growing public awareness of different campaigns to this extent, which are often called, say, astroturfing. As a whole, yes, a simple random sample of households in Brantford that was collected through telephone survey responses is going to be far more accurate than a web-based one that is opt-in.
Okay, and finally, if I could, Mr. Chair, I would hope and I would assume that this will become an annual event, that we can somehow get you folks back involved each year and do kind of the same thing. And I think with repetition, we'll get better and better and better information, and probably become a lot easier to be able to do, because you've got now something to work from. So I would hope that happens. And a suggestion I would have, if it's possible to do, and I don't know whether it's possible to do, but I think each councillor would kind of like to know what their ward had to say about a certain subject. I think that for me, that would be very important to know. And I tried to, because you did give the 3 letters of the postal code in your summaries. So I was trying to break it, but then part of that postal code would be in one ward, some of it would be in mine, and in some cases it was in 3 different wards. So it was very hard for me. I was trying to see, okay, what are the people that are saying in Ward 2 that I represent, what are they saying in this survey? And I had a real difficult time trying to fish out responses that from the postal code. I would presume some of that was in, whether it was half mine or half somebody else's ward or a third my ward. And it was an onerous task, and I sat here trying to sort it out just to get a better handle on what the folks I represent are thinking. That if there's a way in the future to narrow that down and provide you with a ward map on how those boundaries look, and maybe somehow fit that into what you're doing, that at the end of the day, we get 5 different areas of the city, and what that area is unique to that area and what they're thinking about in that area. I think that would be very useful to all members of council. Just a thought. I don't know whether it's even, humanly possible, but that would be terrific if that could be done.
Through the chair, yes, that's something that we could certainly do when timing isn't as pressed as it has been. I'd be happy to work with Maria and her office and the GIS office at the city to provide you with that information.
Terrific. That would really be appreciated.
Okay.
That would be even better than what we have now, and what we got now is very, very good. And thanks for all your work you did, because it was excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Utley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank the Mr. Popham, Professor Popham and his team, and Maria for providing such a comprehensive report. My question is, on the telephone survey, there were 500 completions with an accuracy of their responses of plus or minus 5%. How confident are you that if we rolled this out to the whole community, that we get that same accuracy?
Through the chair, I apologize. I just had an internet breakdown here. Councillor Utley, could you please repeat the question?
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. There were 500 completions for the telephone survey, and the accuracy of the responses was plus or minus 5%, with an overall accuracy of 95 times out of 100. So my question is, if we did roll this out to the whole city in general terms, are you confident we would still get responses that are accurate within plus or minus 5%?
Through the chair, Councillor Utley, were we to roll out the survey to the entirety of the city, it would actually be more accurate, as it would be a test of the population versus a sample. In our case, the plus or minus 5% is an estimation based on some statistical proofs created by people far more intelligent than I am, to demonstrate that once we reach a certain threshold in terms of the number of responses, assuming that it is a randomly collected sample, it is far more likely to be representing what the public's interest will be. So that plus or minus 5% would be on a yes or no question. We could predict within that 10% window how the general public might answer based on that evidence. Again, were this to roll out in some sort of a larger form of public survey engaging 100,000 or 50,000 people, it's very likely that the accuracy would be much higher.
Thank you very much, James. Mr. Chair, I have one question for Maria. Maria, I guess the two least favorite hit the bottom again, golf and the airport. And can you, I don't think that's much different than what it's been for the past 5, 7, 8, 9 years. Can you confirm that, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Utley, that's correct, Councillor. The statistics related to that service area have been the same in the last 5 years.
Okay, thanks very much, Maria. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor McCurry, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Well, an excellent job, Maria, and the rest of you folks. Thanks very much for all the effort that went into this. And it's, I think the results speak for themselves. I do have one suggestion, and that's I agree with what Councillor Carpenter said earlier about a local telephone number. I did have a couple of calls also, one from somebody that was quite upset that we would be using a Saskatchewan company to do this, and the other from somebody that was afraid to participate because she thought it was perhaps a telephone scam. So perhaps you can find a way to make sure a local number appears on the calls if they're originating from Saskatchewan again. And I got to know what astroturfing means. That was mentioned, but there was no clear explanation. And it's a really cool term that I'd like to use, and I'd like to use it correctly.
Through the chair, Councillor McCurry, I'd love to give you, I teach lessons on this, so I can give a very long one. I won't. Typically, astroturfing means when there is some sort of a public opinion issue or event. So for example, commentary at the bottom of an article that you'll find in the expositor. A motivated group of people will attend that event and post positive comments in hopes of drowning out any criticism or negative comments.
Huh. Thank you very much for that. And thanks, guys.
Councillor Wall, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know you can't speak to the results regarding this question in a sense of how the results would have changed commentary wise, but how would the results have changed had you have been able to conduct this outside of the COVID atmosphere? How would it have been different?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Wall. That's a difficult question. Certainly, there are some influential factors here. As several council members have mentioned, there was concern over fraud, and certainly from a cybercrime perspective or technocrime perspective, there has been an increase. And as a result, an awareness of risks associated with random dial calls like this. We were perhaps more in a substantive manner here. The questions were no different than those that would have been administered in previous iterations of the campaign. We tweaked certain response tools so that we could get greater veracity, so less likelihood, for example, of a I don't know or no answer question. But the language of the questions and the intent of the questions is very much the same as has been for the last several years.
And then two-part to Maria, what would we have done different?
Through the chair, I was going to add to Dr. Popham's response that typically we would offer an in-person opportunity on the budget priorities campaign. We would have done that in a non-COVID environment. And while that would not have a huge impact on the statistical validity of the reporting that came through the telephone survey or the web survey, it would have maybe provided more qualitative information that would have been included in that sentiment analysis. So, and like we've done in the past, it is important to provide that opportunity to people, even if not a majority of people in the community take advantage of it. There are people that do, and there are people that want to learn more about how the city budget process works. We've seen that in the past when we've offered in-person meetings. And I think just, you know, in the spirit of democracy, it should be something that we continue to offer in future campaigns.
We called people. Was there an opportunity for people to call us?
Through the chair, there was a phone number that was listed on the Let's Talk Brantford page for people to call and ask any questions about the city budget. There was also a dedicated email address. And we also used the forum tool and the questions tool on Let's Talk Brantford. So yes, there were several opportunities for people to ask questions if they so wished.
Okay, this next question is just, it's almost, I feel like I ask it every time we talk about anything, but I'm just legitimately curious. What is the benchmark for this kind of stuff? What city, municipality, government, agency, organization is doing this just the best peak performance level? And how close are we to emulating it?
Through the chair, I'll let the others comment, but I can say that we're closer this year than we've ever been. Because as you can see through the report and through the presentation provided by this very competent research team, we can have a lot more faith in the analysis of the results and in terms of their reflection of the opinions of the community than campaigns that we've run previously. I'm sure that larger cities that have abundant financial resources do more of this throughout the year. I know Toronto does, I know Calgary does. I looked at some of their examples when developing this campaign. So yes, there are bigger cities that are doing this better, but we're growing and we're getting there.
Your time is up, councillors. So we'll go next to Mayor Davis.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair. This one, I guess, it's a question on the telephone survey. I saw the community is pretty much evenly divided between those who would be accepting of a significant tax increase or a slight tax increase for more services. And the other half, no, save taxes by doing some cutting. And I assume that was based on the telephone survey. What was the web-based survey on that same type of question? What was the split? Same or something different?
Through the chair, I apologize, Mayor Davis. I haven't got that on hand for me, and I haven't got the stats memorized at this moment. We can certainly provide you with greater detail based on the chart at a later date, if that's okay.
Yeah, because it was pretty much a 51-49 split on the telephone survey, just to be trust known, but it wasn't the web-based. And then Maria, you talked about, I think airport being in the last 4 to 5 years, it's always been near the bottom of the discretionary spending in terms of its popularity. Were there any other areas where there was a significant change in the percentage? And I realize this year it's telephone survey compared to web-based surveys the last 4 years, but do you see any trends in there? And I guess social housing, that went up considerably. Any other significant shifts?
Yes, through the chair to Mayor Davis. Not only housing, but in previous years, social assistance was listed under discretionary spending because there wasn't a legislative requirement. That's something that the city can decide in terms of what percentage of budget is spent on that. It's not mandated. In previous years, we did not see the level of support, both on the web survey and in the telephone survey, for that discretionary spending to be increased. I think that was certainly a major trend that I noticed versus years previous.
Yeah, and certainly this year it's in I think it was the top most popular in terms of the percentage that supported it. In the past, what have the top 2 or 3 been?
Emergency services has always topped the list. So police and fire. There's also been support in the past for infrastructure upgrades, roads, bridges. Always water and wastewater are always ranked in the top 5, as well as recreation.
Okay, thanks.
Through the chair, if I can quickly interject here, Mayor Davis. I've pulled up the chart that you were discussing in terms of the telephone survey. Approximately 80 to 85% of the telephone respondents were indicated that they would prefer a slight increase or maintaining taxes for the services that are currently offered by the city. And I will also add to Maria's point, certainly in the survey that we've just conducted, many of the same key points that she's mentioned have also had similar positive affect from the citizens. So emergency services, parks and rec, et cetera, were all highly rated as spending opportunities for the citizens. Thank you.
So what was it for the web-based survey in terms of tax levels? Yeah.
I apologize, Mayor. Just one moment, if I can have a quick scan for that one here. I was reporting the telephone.
Yeah, because we see the telephone in the material that we've got.
Mm-hmm. I apologize, Mayor. I will have to send you a summary of that shortly.
That's fine. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation. I really appreciate the telephone survey portion of this. Now, it does take the politically motivated thread out of the web-based one, which has been a concern of mine since we started doing the web-based one. So with that, we're past our 6 o'clock break time. So I suggest we take our dinner break now that we've finished this section, and we'll start in on the various boards and agencies when we come back at 6:40. Thank you.
What's left to do, Greg?
Sorry, what's that?
We're still live, guys.
Okay.
We've got the boards.
Library, John Noble Home, Police.
We got to lower taxes by 1%.
Okie dokie.
Okay, it's 6:40. If other councilors are present, please turn your cameras on so that we can get to quorum. And now we have quorum, so we'll continue. Thank you. Joel Daniels, could you please provide an overview for 3A and 3B, please?
Yes, through you, Chair Martin. So we are beginning this now after the break at step 3A, which is consideration of the approved 2022 net operating budgets for various boards and agencies. The total of those budgets is $56,204,105, a cumulative impact of 5.27% overall. There is an asterisk if you note on your worksheet beside the paramedic service. So you will know that budget has already been previously approved through the process established under the paramedic services agreement. So there won't be any presentation or consideration of that budget this evening, as it has already been pre-approved by both councils. So you can continue on to step 3B, Chair.
Thank you. Chair Barbara Sutherland, Treasurer Dwight Rose, and Executive Director Annette Wozniak from Brantford Downtown Business Improvement Area Board are available to answer questions from the committee. I don't believe you have a presentation. You're just here to answer questions. Do I have any members of the committee have questions for the BIA? No, doesn't look like we have any. Thank you for coming. Your presentation was excellent. There were no questions.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Oh, wait a minute. We have a question from Councillor Wall.
Oh, we do.
Barbara, Dwight, thanks for coming. Used to our meetings, seeing each other. Listen, you can't come all this way and I not ask you something. What do you want to tell us about? What are you excited to share with the city and the budget? Dwight, I know you love to talk about the budget. You must have something. Barbara?
If I'll go ahead, Dwight, if you don't mind, because we've added a line item and it's $5,000. Excuse me. We haven't increased our budget for the last 10 years, and we've only increased it by 2%. Part of that was for employee increase salary. The other 5,000, we are going to use that as a reserve because of the amount of graffiti that's turning up in the city and on our members' buildings. And it's, according to the bylaws, their responsibility to remove that graffiti within so many hours. Excuse me. So we've built this into our budget to help defray the cost of that. It will be on a grant basis and just a percentage of the cost of the removal of graffiti in any case.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll pass the floor over to Councilman Tilborg.
Okay, Councilor Van Tilburg, you have the floor.
Hello, Barb and Dwight. Speaking of graffiti, obviously it went through social media and through the downtown pretty quick. You had a large spat just recently of graffiti. Can you tell me the period of time that this, what I would say, a continual tagging on building after building occurred in the recent spat? Did that happen over like a weekend, a day, a few hours? Do you know how quickly that went across?
Dwight, do you know? Sorry. Okay. Yeah. I understand it was a period of about 2 or 3 days, not very long. Like it was, it was just a random act, but a very extensive act of graffiti.
Yeah, and it's significant. It's tagged a lot of the downtown. I'm just surprised that our security that was down there just didn't seem to be at this timely enough, I guess, to catch it when it was happening. I guess the other question would be, do you know if that's on any of the government buildings? Have you noticed that? I haven't, but have you noticed it on just private property or both public and private?
Personally, I've just noticed it on private property. Although, having said that, I know Laurier experienced quite a bit of defacing.
And so who all in that small amount that you have can tap into that fund to help the businesses?
Well, this is new and it's waiting for our budget to be approved. But if someone comes to a point where they've been sprayed, if it costs them, say, $250 to remove that, then we still have to, as a board, consider the percentage that we will allow as a refund. And when the money's gone, the money's gone.
Yeah, but I'm very, very happy you took that initiative. So I support that added line item that you're trying to do, because it's almost like a double jeopardy on an owner that, not only do they get tagged and it's unsightly, but then there's that cost on it afterwards to follow up. So thank you.
Right, you're welcome.
Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barb, Dwight, Annette, thank you for all you do for our downtown. Barb, can you share with council and the public that are viewing this program what's the litter situation like?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What's the litter situation like?
I'm going to say on the whole, the litter situation isn't bad in downtown, only because the city does such a good job at cleaning up our litter. And if you have a bad windstorm and the bags have been open for some reason, garbage is one problem, but litter's another. And other than cigarette butts or the odd coffee cup rolling around, unless, as I say, unless it's after a storm, I don't think we have what we can call a litter problem in the downtown because of the city's effort.
Thank you very much. That's very encouraging to hear, Barb. Thanks so much.
My pleasure.
Okay, thank you very much. Do members have any motions to request any other operating budget increases or decreases in relation to the downtown BIA? Seeing none, thank you for your time tonight. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Brings us to the Brant County Health Unit. I will now call upon Chair John Bell, Chief Executive Officer Joanne Tober, and Lisa Diodonato of the Brant County Health Unit to provide a presentation regarding the 2022 operating budgets.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Good evening, everyone. I'm Joanne Tober from the Health Unit. And so if I believe where our slides going to be placed up, there we go. Okay, if you can go to the next slide, please. So the Brant County Health Unit, we are your prevention and promotion people. So we deliver health protection, health promotion, and disease prevention programs and services. And we're always looking to have people as healthy as they can possibly be. We do operate under the Health Protection and Promotion Act, and we do have a number of programs that we deliver through the Ontario Public Health Standards, which are provincially mandated. If you can go to the next slide, please. Our initiatives in 2022 is that we are expecting to continue to be responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. And that would include both with a provincial vaccine program, our case and contact management, and our education enforcement programs. We'd certainly hope by this point to be finished the pandemic and into recovery, but with the Omicron variation, we are still very much in the response to this pandemic. We also would like to be addressing local priorities, and that certainly includes our opioid situation and substance misuse, and to deliver as high quality of programs and services for all of the Ontario public health programs as per our mandate. Next slide, please. So our budget for 2022 for the city of Brantford is $2,888,880, and that is a variance of $148,885. So that is the variance on that is 5.43%. And next slide, please. The vast majority of this is due to employee compensation. The vast majority of our budget is on salaries and benefits. We don't have a whole lot of other expenses. And so 109,000, almost 110,000 of the 148 is due to our contract obligations. 2,480 is due to inflationary things, mainly for things like utilities. And the other, the 64,000 would be the city share of the only other major undertaking that we were looking for that was impacting on our budget is an update of our website. It is a fairly old technology, and we were hoping to update it within the last couple of years, but Omicron and the rest of the pandemic has really slowed down our ability to do that. So we would like to be doing a refresh of our website coming forward in 2022. And next slide. So I will stop there and answer any questions from the council.
Thank you very much. We have Joshua Wall. Councillor Wall is the first question.
Joshua. Okay. Hello. Thank you, Chair Martin. Okay. So you guys do so much. And during these incredible times, thank you so much. I'm going to start with thank you so much. And honestly, I'm not on the health board, so forgive me if this comes out of nowhere, but literally the only critique I hear from my constituents regarding the hospital or the health unit is communications when people are trying to get a hold of you guys. And I know that we've moved primarily to the website through, sending people there to get information, but there are just people who, the tangible, right? The picking up the phone, dialing the number and calling. And oftentimes you're overwhelmed with phone calls. And I get that. Is there anything in your operating budget, or is there anything like discussions happening regarding, some people will call and they go to voicemail and they don't leave a message, and they call back and they get, you know what I mean? Like, you understand, like, and then oftentimes they just don't do anything. They don't follow up on it. And again, I know it's a weird request, but it's literally, when I talk to people about the health unit, it's hard to fault you guys because you're great, but this one thing, I'm just curious.
Yes, we certainly have had a very expansive call center during this. So we are trying to get to real time and answer the phone when people are calling in. You're absolutely right. There are times that we have been overwhelmed during the peaks of the vaccine campaign and the peaks of the various waves. The other thing that we've been doing, though, is a fair bit of outreach. So we've had staff that have been going out to businesses, to restaurants, to grocery stores, talking to people at the public. So we're trying to be out and about, answering questions and providing information. We do a lot of work around education. And so when the various stages of opening have come in, for example, the various regulations that have changed repeatedly and have been very confusing for people, that we have tried to be, we send full staff out to be meeting with the various groups that are impacted. So we will continue to do that and continue to try and have as much communication in a variety of channels, because we are doing weekly, media briefings. We are doing regular updates to our website, but, quite concede that there are a lot of people that need a conversation. And so we are trying to do as much of that as we can as well.
Okay, and thank you for that. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Could you elaborate maybe on what's specifically being done to communicate and get information out to seniors and vulnerable populations?
So we've been working a lot with our community partners. So we've been to all of our long-term care. We've been to all of our naturally occurring seniors residents. So we are going to every place that we know those are our congregate settings. All of our community partners are in regular communication with us. And so through all of our channels that we have available and all of our other community organizations, we've been working to reach those groups.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor McCurry, you have the floor.
Chair, thank you. Good to see you, Joanne. Welcome, folks. I want to look first of all at your revenue numbers. And I always have difficulty reconciling the way we report revenue in the public sector as the way we do in the private sector. So your revenue from the province remains the same for 22 as opposed to 21. Is that correct?
Yes, we have been at zero from the province for a continued period of time.
Well, you're at you got more in 21 than you got in 20.
Yes.
So this is the first year that you haven't had an increase. Why did they not give you more money?
Well, what isn't represented here is the extraordinary costs that we've received for COVID. So we have received one-time funding to address the pandemic, and that has been a significant amount. So because that is cost shared, it isn't represented.
So that you don't show that at all in your financial summary?
No.
Is there a reason why you don't show that to us?
Because we are presenting this as the kind of the city portion of our cost shared budget. We do have a number of programs. As you remember, we have some Health Canada funding. We have a variety of other funding sources. So this is contained to our cost shared programming.
So are you saying then, Joanne, that the funding the extraordinary funding you received was spent on completely other stuff than your core programming?
In this, yes. So what we received was COVID money, and therefore for COVID response and for the vaccine program. And so that money was spent on our case and contact management as well as our vaccine rollout.
Okay. So if the province isn't giving you any more money, why should we?
Well, they gave us a lot for COVID. And we expect that to continue into 2022. They will be providing us, they have already indicated that they will be covering our expenses at a 100% for our COVID costs in 2022.
Okay, so your salaries and benefits increase is only 1.5. Your other expenditures, what exactly are your other expenditures?
So that would be for example, our supplies.
Okay.
Syringes, all the things that we have to do business.
Okay. So the reason then that that we're looking at, sorry, what's your totals 5.43? The reason for that being that we're picking up the tab that the province should be sharing in?
No, if we would, because expenses have gone up and salaries have gone up. So this was a budget that had us not decreasing any FTEs. Mm-hmm. So, and so that was only maintaining our current FTEs. So if we were to go down further in our budget, it would have been a loss of FTEs to provide the public health services in the community, which seems during a pandemic, not a good plan.
So the money you got from the province, though, that obviously has gone to additional staffing and staff hours, has it?
Yes, additional staffing, PPE, rental for equipment. We've had to have extra iPads, all of the technology for our clinics.
Mm-hmm. Your time's up, Councillor.
I'm sorry?
Your time is up. I can put you back on the list if you wish.
Well, you're pretty good with that stopwatch. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Carpenter, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you. I was going down the same path as Councillor McCurry on this one because I'm looking at the budget, and so your salary and benefit increase, as Councillor McCurry says, 1.52%, $152,000, and yet the province hasn't given you any increase for inflation increases or wage and benefit increases that are still under the rate of inflation. You get no increase from the province, correct? Yeah, yes. I'm not going to talk about the PPE and the COVID money because that's separate, and that's a wholly separate issue of what you're dealing with. But on your base core funding, so the taxpayers of Brantford have to pick up what the province didn't give you, realistically here. I mean, you can't do anything about inflation increase and wage increases that are built into the contracts, and you've kept it to a 1.52%. That's pretty good. However, the province didn't give you any of that increase.
That's correct.
In your base budgeting. So just be clear. So I think what Councilor McCray first said that, so the taxpayers of Brantford are picking up their 72.1% share of that no increase the province gave you. So we're passing it on at a rate of 148,000.
Yes, I think though that the province does pay 75% of the health unit's budget. So
Yes.
the city does pay 72% of the remaining 25%.
Yeah, the problem, yeah, you got almost an $8 million, when you consider other revenue, you got $8.2 million there, and the other portion is the city picking up the rest of that. So, okay, I just want to clarify that this is the province that's basically frozen your budget and we're paying for it. Thank you.
Chairman Bell, did you wish to make a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on a question that Councillor McCreary raised, why should the city pay? And it's really why should the city and the county pay? Because they have to. That's the simple answer. It is the obligation of the municipalities to pick up any budget that is not paid for by the province. But I think there's a longer term view that the city council and the county council needs to see on this story, that over the last 5 years, the number of FTEs per Brant County resident for the core programs dictated by the province, that has decreased by somewhere between 10 and 15%. There's been quite a significant improvement in efficiency and productivity. And during those 5 years, the balance of funding provision between the province and the municipalities has put more of the burden on the municipalities. It went from 75-25 to 70-30. We didn't have a choice in that, at least not directly anyway. So the improvement in efficiency is somewhat disguised by this change, but it's also to be remembered that we've added a seniors dental program funded by the province, it has to be said, and we've added a drug strategy coordinator, which I think is an essential part of the response of the health unit to the opioid crisis that we find ourselves in Brant County. And in an ongoing pandemic, and I think Joanne said this, and with the need to play catch up when this pandemic is done, so we need to catch up on program work that we haven't been able to do because all of our resources have been focused on COVID response. And if we step up our game on addressing the opioid crisis, this is not the time to be reducing staffing, rather the opposite. We should be thinking, if we're going to deal with some of the issues that we're faced with, we should be prepared to actually increase staffing with a consequent increase in funding. And that you may see in the next year of budgeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McCreary, you have the floor.
It's good to see a second presentation by the health unit. Thank you for that. The chairman indicated that the city and the county, of course. I only omitted the county because, Mr. Bell, we happen to be in city's budget negotiations and deliberations, not counties. I'll leave that to you. But it was stated that we have an obligation to pay. And I wonder if staff could indicate exactly what the obligation of the corporation is to fully fund the requirements of the health unit and the county, of course.
Sure. Dan, as you remember from being on our board, the Health Protection and Promotion Act dictates the health unit as far as, everything from governance, organization, geography, mandate programs, regulations. And under that, it stipulates that the municipalities are obligated to pay for the expenses of the public health unit to provide the 100% of the programs and services required and dictated by the Ontario Public Health Standards, and that the province will pay a grant. So they will provide a grant for a portion of those, but that grant is variable from the province, and anything outside of that grant is required to be paid by the obligated municipalities.
Thank you for that, Joanne. I wonder if you could tell me the makeup of the board of directors of the Brant County Health Unit?
Yes, there are 3 representatives from city, 2 representatives from county, and 4 it has to be up to 1 less than the number of municipal reps. So it can be up to 4 members of provincial appointees. And we do have a full board of 4 provincial appointees.
Okay. So thanks, Joanne. Are you saying, is it your opinion or is it legislation that requires us to fund everything that you have before us today? or can we send you back to have a second look?
This is a board-approved budget, so there really would not be a send back. That would be up to the discretion of the board, but the board has already discussed in detail and approved this budget to come forward to city and county.
And was that the approval of the budget, was that done in open session?
Yes, it was.
I wonder if you might be so kind as to send us the minutes of that meeting, Joanne. I would presume it would have been a recorded vote.
No, it wasn't a recorded vote.
It wasn't a recorded vote. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your replies. Good to see you again. It's been a long, I do vaguely recall our days together on the health unit. It's been a long time.
We're not memorable?
Oh, don't think that for a moment.
Seeing no other questions, I just have one. Councillor Bell, has the county dealt with this already? Is this part of the county's approved budget?
Mr. Chair, our budget discussions were closed off and fully completed in December of last year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do members wish to make any motions to request any other operating budget increases or decreases? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now call on Raylyn Ambro, CEO, Chief Librarian, and Ken Simons, Manager, Business Services for the Brantford Public Library, to provide a presentation regarding the 2022 operating budget.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I won't introduce myself because you just did that beautifully. Thank you. So this budget was prepared with the direction and approval from the Brantford Public Library Board. And thank you, Chair Martin, Mayor Davis, and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak about the library's budget submission this evening. Next slide, please. So it is difficult to succinctly capture an overview of the library services because, as you can see, the library provides an incredible range of materials, supports, resources, and experiences, both in person and online, for community members of all ages and at all stages. Furthermore, Brantford Public Library services change and develop regularly in order to meet the evolving needs and interests of Brantford residents. The library's response to the COVID-19 pandemic has especially demonstrated how successful the library is at adapting to change. Next slide, please. So coming up in 2022, there are a few projects and priorities for the library to highlight. First up is a new strategic plan. The Library Board's most recent strategic plan expired in 2020, and the development of a new plan is now underway. Second, recognizing the library's core value of access for all, the Library Board invested in diversity, equity, and inclusion training and supports to establish a strategy for ongoing diversity and inclusion initiatives at the library. Next, as mentioned during the library's capital budget presentation, in 2022, the library will be reviewing options and making plans for alternative service delivery equipment to facilitate access to collections in underserviced areas of Brantford. And of course, the library will also continue to participate in planning the shared facility in the Southwest with city and school board partners. And finally, an integrated library system, or ILS, as we call them in library land, is the master database for ordering, searching, and circulating materials. The library has had the same ILS since the mid-1990s. So procuring and preparing to transition to a new one is another priority project for 2022. Next slide, please. In order to continue offering the multitude of services shown in the overview slide, the Library Board has approved a budget request of $4,965,400 in 2022. This represents a $96,650 variance from 2021, which is a 1.99% increase, thereby achieving the target set by City Council. Next slide, please. The majority of the 1.99% increase over 2021 comes from unavoidable cost increases associated with employee compensation, with some additional minor increases for various existing contracts also included. Savings in utility and long-term disability benefits offset the increases to a degree, which is how the library was able to stay within the 2% without reducing services. Next slide, please. And in closing, I'd just like to share some return on investment information that was included in the recently conducted library planning study. An economic value analysis was completed using a methodology developed at the University of Toronto, piloted by the Toronto Public Library a few years ago and applied by several public libraries in recent years. The analysis showed a return value of $6.25 for every operational dollar spent by the Brantford Public Library, and a total value of over $31 million to the community for all services and resources when you consider all of the books, magazines, newspapers, shows, music, databases, learning tools, technologies, and so on that circulate and recirculate in the community. So the 2022 budget as submitted will ensure that the library is in a position to continue providing these valuable services that truly make a difference in the lives of community members. So thank you to City Council for your ongoing support of library services, and I'm happy to answer questions now.
Thank you. We have Councillor Carpenter first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Raylene, for your presentation. Your contribution from reserves, is this contributions from a reserve account to support your operating budget? Is that what this is for? It's the 56,490.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to through the chair.
The revenue line in your budget has, you know, it's got the revenue generated from federal grants, provincial grants, but you've got a contribution from reserves in there of $56,490.
Okay, thank you. So that's in the revenue line. So it's explaining are you on the variance information or the financial summary section?
The business unit financial summary,
Okay.
page 129.
Okay, so the contribution from reserves, there's a couple, I guess, shall we say, planned or regular contributions from reserve. So specifically, post-employment benefits for retirees would be an annual transfer out of reserves, and that amount fluctuates. And as well, we've been using our reserves just last year and this year to offset COVID expenses and reductions to revenue, and we've budgeted less of that for 2022. So that's what that line is referring to, I believe. Ken, I don't know if you want to correct me if that was incorrect, but.
Through the chair, just to expand a little bit on the post-employment benefits. So that contribution regarding the post-retirement employment benefits is the bringing funding in from the reserve fund each year to cover that current year's costs. So we're in, it's an annual, we transfer some out to build up a reserve, and then we bring in what we know we're going to be, or forecasting will be paying out to those that are retired and costing us, the library, those benefits.
And what is that reserve for, and what's it at?
That reserve is through the chair. That reserve is to assist with paying down the post-employment benefit liability that exists from a financial perspective. The reserve balance at the end of 2021 in that reserve fund was, at the end of 2020, we're still working on 2021 numbers. Balance in the reserve is, just bear with me 1 second. The ending balance as of the end of 2020 was $36,389.
Okay, just quickly, two questions before I get, and maybe you can answer them when I go off. But you got library materials acquisition is up 17%. It's 101,100 for materials acquisition, and the second line is library administration up by 149.9. Can you just sort of explain that? Thank you, and I'll click off now.
So this would be, I believe, we did a bit of a restructuring in 2020, 2022. So a lot of the more significant fluctuations you see in these expenditure changes are really just about reallocating things to the correct department. So most of them have like they do have like a net zero impact, like it's moving something from one department to the proper department now that we've shuffled things around.
So public services employee movement then? It's the public service line, 149.9.
Right, so those would be, and then anything that's sort of not explained by reallocating of things would be the compensation related. Public service has a large department of staff, and contractual obligations have led to compensation increases.
Okay, and the 101,000.
Councilor Carpenter, your time's up. I can put you back on the list if you wish.
Well, they'll answer the last question about materials then. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Sless.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, folks. The utilities, you decreased your utility line by almost $1,000 a month. Was there a retrofit done, or were you over budgeted in prior years?
Yes, through the chair to Councilor Sless. I would, that one's hard to anticipate. The St. Paul branch, we've done some improvements in 2021 that we haven't seen the effects of. This is really just following the budget guidelines to adjust to actuals. We've done some fine tuning with some of our HVAC equipment that helps to lower the costs. I would say some of it would be also attributed to less visitors and opening and closing of doors and the occupancy that we felt in 2020 and 2021 as well. So we've adjusted it to a number that we feel is reasonable. We may see it creep up again as things start to return to more normal.
Okay, fine, thank you. And I guess just lastly, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to say thank you to the library staff and board for you achieved the mandate that we asked you to do, and you did that. Others haven't, but you folks did, and thank you for doing that. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Councilor McCurry, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Welcome, guys. Good to see you. There's been quite a fluctuation with respect to federal grant money for the last couple of years. 40,000 in 2020. Your budget for the past year was 28.6, and you budgeted again for about the same amount as you got previously. Is there a rationale to that?
I think that's for the Chair Martin to Councilor McCurry. Really, we apply our main source of the funding. This is for summer student grants. So we apply for a maximum program every year, depending on other applications, availability, funding. It goes up and down. So 2022 reflects a number that we've received in most recent years for that program that we're comfortable with from a federal grants perspective, without impacting programs.
Have you guys maintained full employment of all your staff through COVID?
Through the chair, not through all of COVID. No, we did have some employees placed on leave both last year and to a lesser extent, both in 2020 and to a lesser extent in 2020 as well. What we noticed over the course of the pandemic was that restrictions seemed to ease up. Like there was a period of time where we were really not able to do very much at all in 2020, but we were fortunate in 2021 to sort of be able to offer a lot more services. So we still did have a period of minor staffing reductions when we had reduced services in both years. Yeah.
So did that result in a transfer to reserves from the 2020 budget savings?
Through the chair, what we did have a surplus transferred in 2020 to reserves in the amount of 178,000. So that would have contributed to that. And it was the decision of the board at that point to create a new reserve called the Pandemic Stabilization Fund, which is sort of, so the savings went into that reserve, but it's also the funds that we're using to help offset our decreases in revenue and our increases in expenditure to COVID. So yes.
Okay, and your line regarding fines and lost material recovery, does that indicate you have eliminated fines?
Through the chair, yes, in 2021, we did eliminate late fines for overdue materials. Yes.
And that is, sometimes that's a real impediment to folks using the library. They won't come in if they have fines, right?
Through the chair, yes, correct. We went through quite a bit of analysis to get to that decision, but absolutely, it's beneficial overall to be welcoming customers back.
Yeah, good move. Okay, and thanks for meeting the mandate, as Councillor Celeste, I believe, said earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Utley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Raylene. Raylene, can you share with us how you've had to change your way of doing business, and your staff have had to adapt to sort of pivot, there's the word, to meet the needs of the community while having a minimum number of clients that would normally come through the door?
Through you, Chair Martin. Councillor Utley. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're no different than obviously everybody's had to pivot, but certainly the restrictions for libraries in services and reintroductions of services have looked a little different each time. I was recently preparing an annual report, and it looked and in 2021, the library went through 8 different service level changes throughout the year to sort of a slightly different iteration of how we were permitted to provide services. So we were providing curbside for a period of time. In the early days of the pandemic, we were really only permitted to do online services, so we saw a huge increase in online access of materials at that point. And then we were able to welcome people back for computer use and so on. So we just sort of roll with it, and some great opportunities have come out of it because we've really been open to trying new things and doing things in different ways to meet the changing needs of the community. So for example, that's how the wellness calls to seniors happened. That's how we were able to help with some 3D printing of some PPE initiatives. Most recently, we've seen the very popular laminating and printing and assisting people with printing off their proof of vaccination, as well as virtual court services is another thing that we never were in the business of before, but now we've provided a space and opportunity to attend first appearances of courts in our library. So certainly some really unique and interesting things have happened along the way, for sure.
Thank you very much. And you did all that within budget, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you. We don't have any further questions. Do members wish to make any motions to request any other operating budget increases or decreases? Seeing none, thank you very much. I would now like to call on Jennifer Miller, Administrator, and Shelley Phlox, Financial Manager of the John Noble Home, to provide a presentation regarding their 2022 operating budget.
All right, so thank you for the opportunity to present our 2022 budget to you. Just looking for our slides. So next slide, please. The 2022 John Noble Home budget has been prepared following the guidelines issued by the City of Brantford and does include all salary, wage, and benefit costs, as well as contingencies for any unsettled contracts. We put a 2% inflationary increase to those areas that's affected by inflation, unless there's been supporting evidence for a higher amount of inflation. And our revenue is projected based on a case mix index of 0.97 and an increase in provincial funding at 1%, which is consistent with what we received in 2021. Next slide, please. Some of our accomplishments in 2021 include that we maintained on budget. We do have the highest wait list to bed ratio in Brantford. We did achieve our best practice spotlight organization designation through the Registered Nurses Association of Ontario, which we're very proud of. And we were also accepted to the Registered Nurses Association of Ontario Advanced Care Practice Research Fellowship, which was a great honor for the home. And we were also accredited with exemplary standing, as you see our our sign. So our initiatives for 2022 include the redevelopment of Bell Court into a 20-bed behavioral unit, and as was just announced last Friday, a 20-bed complex care unit. So extremely excited for that. Also to continue to be facility of choice in the area and to attract and retain the best staff, which we have. Next slide, please. So in overview, our budget for 2021 was $1.79 million. Our 2022 budget is 1.827, and which gives us a variance of 1.68%. Next slide, please. In building the budget, this includes increases in provincial funding, preferred accommodation revenue. Ministry provided a one-time IPAC training fund, which is utilized for education training in 2022. Base wage and benefit increases, including pay equity for 2022. Utilities, food supplies, costs associated with our antigen testing clinic and PPE, as well as a change in cost share with the city, which is decreased from 72.5% to 72.1%. Next slide, please. And thank you, and we're open to questions.
Thank you. Councillor Slush, you have the first question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, folks. Jennifer, it seems to me I read a while ago that the province was going to increase funding that would allow you folks to be able to spend, each resident will get more one-on-one time. Has that come to fruition, or is that something that's coming down the line?
So through the chair, it has come, but it's coming in graduated installments. So currently, we did get some increase in funding, which has allowed us to increase the number of hours of care. And eventually, within the next 4 years, we'll be up to the 4 hours of care per resident per day. And I can get Shelley to comment on the amount of funding that we've got.
Through the chair. So the additional funding, as Jennifer mentioned, to implement the 4 hours of care is not actually showing in the budget. It's separated outside of the budget. So the home has to utilize that funding in specific purposes, and it spends the money on that. It is approximately $100,000 a month, so it's quite substantial, with another announcement that's scheduled to kick in April 1st, which will further enhance the level of care. We had to meet a mandate of 3 hours and 15 minutes by 2022, 2023. Right now, we're at a 3-hour limit, and we are exceeding that with the funding that we have.
Okay, so it's not just a slogan, and they're actually this is happening, and people are seeing the benefits of it. Is that
absolutely?
Can we assume that? Oh, that's terrific.
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that's great. And I guess I don't really have another question. I'd just like to say thank you. You folks have been in probably the hardest hit industry of the whole pandemic, and look at you. You're sitting there smiling. You must go home at night and cry, because what you're dealing with is really way above and beyond, I'm sure, whatever you envisioned you were signing up for when you got into this profession. So thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for keeping our treasure happening. So thanks. And thanks for coming in on budget, actually under budget. So you did very well. Well done. Thank you.
Councillor Wall, you have the floor.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Martin. You continue to do a great job. Thanks, guys, for being here. I don't even know how to phrase this. I'm just kind of curious about it. And my question is regarding the visitor resident experience. So, we've changed the way we communicate with one another. Even all of us here today are just all staring at a screen. Is there resources provided to residents, or support, or any funding so that residents who have family or friends or people who want to visit them who either can't for health reasons, especially with COVID and all that stuff now, or for distance reasons, have the ability to be able to communicate, like IT support, technology, TV screens with cameras, boardroom areas? Like, I know it's kind of a strange question. It's just, I've recently toured a facility that had that technology built into all the rooms so that, they could do, anyway, I think you know what I'm trying to say. And in this age where communication has never been easier, what kind of resources do we have?
So through the chair, yeah, we worked very hard through the pandemic to ensure that people can have access to their loved ones and to see them. So we've done a variety of things. Skype calls, we have iPads, we've used a lot of technology so that and it's portable and goes to the room. We've also brought in some neat programs virtual. We had the Brantford Symphony Orchestra perform virtually for residents so they could interact with them, which was quite fun. And we found lots of ways that they could interact in socially distanced ways, as well as providing visits in socially distanced and appropriate ways. So it's been incredibly difficult, but a test of our ingenuity to see that we can do it. And we've certainly found some creative ways to do it. So absolutely, visiting can happen virtually, quite many different ways.
Honestly, I can't tell you how, making the best out of a bad situation, of course, I mean, nothing will ever replace person-to-person contact, but it makes me really happy to hear that you guys are doing that. Thank you so much for prioritizing and all the effort you put into that.
Okay, Councilor Carpenter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Jennifer, Shelley, it's a privilege and an honor to be on the board and to work with such talented people and keeping our most vulnerable people safe. You know how much I appreciate that, and the board does. I wanted to get to this question about, we were surprised the province said they're going to increase level of care to 4 hours. Now, no one expected it to happen right away. And usually when the province makes such announcements, you get the money at the beginning of the next budget year. But when they made the announcement, we started getting the money right away, monthly, didn't we? So as Councillor Slash said, it wasn't just a slogan. The province means business. They can't do it 4 hours all at once, but I don't know if the public realizes that it's going to take 4 years to get there. But at the same time, the province has frozen us at an increase from them in funding of 1% when inflation is at 2%. So that's kind of a cut in that sense. But the point is that the funding for level of care, can you speak to the difficulty of getting employees to match that level of care going forward and what it's going to, and Jennifer, you will know from speaking to all the other homes in the community as a leader, how difficult that's going to be going forward unless we see some increase in PSW care and some more respect for nursing.
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely, it's difficult. We work very hard to recruit and retain our staff, but there are initiatives from the province for PSW education. So there was a lot of effort made to increase the number of staff, and recently grants for registered staff education, so encouraging people to become registered nurses, which we desperately need. So there's a lot of effort there, but it does take time. And so I do also believe that the graduated funding is part of that, because it's difficult to attract and retain staff, recruit them when we need to educate them as much as we can to get more. So, but yeah, that is a huge challenge for our industry.
And Jennifer, just one more to the build. I mean, the 20 beds is because the first 20 beds is because we have such a shortage of long-term care facilities in the province's commitment to increase the number of beds across the province. But the second one is the critical care beds. That's going to save the province millions of dollars in funding, because they're not going to be paying $1,000 a day for having somebody in a hospital that will then be in a bed that's in a home that can care for that critically resident, right?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. So the most recently approved 20 beds is for a complex care unit. And so these residents are most likely denied access to long-term care because they have care needs that exceed what would be traditional long-term care. So with some extra training and some good program design, we're going to be able to take residents who are alternate level of care in hospital for sometimes years and be able to give them a long-term care home, place in our home, which would be extremely efficient and cost efficient. So we're really happy and honored to do that for our community.
And just for edification of the council, first of all, this is a home that's managed and owned by both the city and the county. But I just want to say Jennifer is also on our Brantford, Ontario Health Team, Brant Health Team Committee, which is making leaps and bounds. And she's got a leadership role in there and has had a leadership role on behalf of long-term care homes. So thank you, Jennifer, for that.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Antosky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I won't repeat questions that have been asked, so I have to be a bit creative because it's question period. So did you know how grateful and appreciative we are of the John Noble Home and the team that runs it? It is clear that you love your residents and that you work well as a team. And the fact that the accreditation is at the highest level, it's a place of, it's a place that people want to be. And I'm sure you know, but did you know that we are so grateful to know that there's a place that our seniors are well taken care of, above and beyond what the minimum standards are, and that we can have comfort knowing that behind the walls, there's good care, and we really appreciate it. So thank you, and thank you for your leniency there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, do members wish to make any motions to request any other operating budget increases or decreases? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions. We'll now call on Police Chief Rob Davis and Deputy Chief Jason Saunders to provide a presentation regarding the 2022 operating budget. And Chair Littell unfortunately can't make it this evening, but he said he would be available if he's needed to answer questions by phone. So go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's our honor and privilege to be here tonight. I have Deputy Chief Jay Saunders with me, and I want to thank Amy Lynn from the city who assisted us throughout this process. So I just want to give a shout out to her for all her help. So what we have here tonight is our 2022 operating budget that has been approved already by the Brantford Police Services Board. Next slide, please. So the core functions of the police service, these are laid out in OREG 399, also known as effective and adequate policing. The adequacy standards is what they're commonly referred to. And so you'll see here that our core functions are to prevent crime, law enforcement, victims assistance, public order maintenance. That's more if we had an event like what's going on in Ottawa, or if you had a massive protest where you need that type, we have to have an ability to respond to that, as well as emergency response. So the examples are our tactical team, hostage situations, our crisis negotiators. So those are our core functions as laid out in adequacy standards. Next slide, please. So I'm sure you've seen this every year from every chief that's ever lived ever, just like every council and every board has, that you'll hear that the largest part of our budget is the cost of labor. And so we're no different with the Brantford Police Service. Our gross expenditure overview shows that 87% of our labor costs are, 80% of our budget are labor costs. And the traditional comment you will hear is that the cost of salaries are beyond our control. And while that is accurate, most recently we've had an arbitrated settlement. That cannot be an excuse for status quo. And so our focus needs to be shifted to look at labor costs really equal hours of productivity. And so therefore what we must do as a police service is we must be effective and efficient with what is accomplished in those hours of productivity to address public safety. And I've said this ad nauseum, the types of crime in Brantford, because the types of crime in Brantford have changed. This is not the same city as 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So any romantic references of the past are just that, romantic references. We have to focus on how to be more effective and efficient with those hours of productivity to focus on the types of crimes we are experiencing in Brantford. Next slide, please. So in 2022, what we're going to do is we're going to build on the success of 2021. In 2021, I was very candid with the members of the service, the senior leadership team, and specifically with our criminal investigative section, that we need to have intelligence-led investigations. And this was the section that made the most sense to get this philosophy going in the service, and then we can spread it to other sections. But we need to be intelligence-led. There's so many serious public safety issues going on in the city that we can't focus on everything at once. And so we need to be very strategic to focus on the groups that are the biggest risk to public safety And we're fortunate in the province of Ontario that Criminal Intelligence Service of Ontario provides a list they call the Provincial Threat Assessment, which lists the top threats to public safety through their analysis, and a number of which reside in or operate in Brantford and Brantford area. So that allows us to then have strategic prioritization. So then we're focusing on the most dangerous groups, or the ones that are bringing guns, drugs, et cetera, into the city, because it has that ripple effect right down to what we see at the street level. And I always say this, that this prevents us chasing squirrels or Elvis sightings. We're very strategic. We're using the intelligence so that we're being surgical in how we're dismantling the crimes that impact public safety. But we want to take it to the next level in 2022. I was super pumped to see Dr. Popham on, because that's a philosophy that we're moving towards in 2022, is evidence-based policing and data-driven business decisions, and using the data and the evidence to realign resources to support the changing types of crime. Again, I'm going to stress that, the changing types of crime in the city. And that will allow us to then make bona fide partnerships with the agencies that we need to partner with, whether it be the big agencies in Ontario, whether it be the RCMP if it's national in scope, or whether it be agencies if it's outside of Canada, international agencies. But we've been very, very successful in 2021. Just some photos here to show is we were part of Project Weaver, which was the one last spring where we had the hand grenades. We had the 112 kilogram drug bust just before Christmas, and we're continuously taking guns off the street as a police service. So we want to really build on that success we had in 2021 and take it to the next level as we roll out our initiatives to ensure public safety. Next slide, please. And so back to my point about the hours of work, the hours of productivity, we're going to be very focused in looking at the data, so that we're shifting the hours of work and doing the analysis so that our officers and the units that need to be out there tackling this, they're reflecting the work we have to do to ensure the public safety. I always say the organized crime groups, the criminals, the gangs, they don't work Monday to Friday, 8 to 4. And so we need to be reflective of what their work, if you want to call it that, activities, I guess is the better word. We need to, our hours of work, our hours of productivity need to align with the hours of their activity, illegal activities. And so again, it's going to be very focused in analysis of the data going into 2022. We also need to continue to build our capacity as a police service, because we are continuously punching above our weight class with the types of crimes we're dealing with here. And inevitably, they have ties to the GTA and bigger jurisdictions. So we need to build our capacity, but more importantly, we need to build our depth chart for the future, that all police services are starting to feel the attrition that we knew was inevitable, and that will be amplified even more beginning in 2025 as we see the massive hires from 95 start to retire. So we need to build the service for the future. But with this, we also have to realign our resources to maximize their deployment. And so we had a number of units in the police service that the mandate they were created to live up to is stale. Again, this is not the same city it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So we're realigning resources so that we can create the units with the existing officers we have to put them in where, again, we can be very strategic, intelligence-led, and tactically address criminal activity in the city. So we're aggressively we're in the midst of realigning resources as we speak. Also, this is the year that we need to develop the 2023 to the 2025 business plan, and this has to be done with objective data. And again, I was so excited to see Dr. Popham on this presentation tonight, because that's the direction the police service is going as well. We have Wilfrid Laurier here in the city, so it makes absolute sense for us to partner with them so that we're doing bona fide research, community public safety research, that is objective and that passes all the tests for validity, and it's gone through that academic rigor so that the data can be relied upon for our decision making as we continue to move towards evidence-based decision making. But we also need to focus on putting our officers, the bona fide constables and sergeants that are out on the street, having them focus on our core duties. And so for us to focus on our core duties, we need to move towards a stratified approach towards public safety. I spoke about this last year at this time, and I continue to maintain that for the city to genuinely address the concerns that you hear, I hear from the public. We have to keep focused on delivering a stratified approach to public safety. We saw that to a degree last year with the implementation of the private security, but we need to go to that next step now. And you'll see in our unmet needs, we're going to be asking for special constables that will serve in the downtown. Just to put the caveat out there, when I say downtown, it's actually if you've ever seen, there's a map that exists of a downtown academic entertainment district. It's a giant rectangle. So that's what I refer to. Next slide, please. There's a lot of misinterpretations out there, and as if we're successful in getting the special constables, I have no doubt there'll be some that will try to diminish what they're capable of. But under the Police Services Act, they are appointed by the board, and they have the appointment of the special constable. They can have the powers of a police officer conferred upon him or her. And so what happens is we make a request to the Solicitor General. We pick out the statutes that we want the officer, the special constable to enforce. And if it's approved, then they have that authority. And so this can range from all of the provincial statutes right into some of the criminal code statutes. And I always tell people, this is not a new concept. The Toronto Community Housing Authority has had a corps of special constables for many years. They work in great partnership with the Toronto Police Service. And even as we speak now, you're seeing the Toronto Police Service use special constables within their own ranks to take on other duties. And so the proof of concept is out there. It's worked for many years in Toronto, and it makes sense for us as the city grows that we have this stratified approach and we bring the special constables on board as part of the strength. Next slide, please. So into our operating budget overview, you'll see that the base budget was 4.42% increase. And then with the unmet needs, our total comes in at 5.87% increase. Next slide, please. Just a bit of an explanation on building the budget. It's pretty self-explanatory as we go down the chart. And you'll see the two biggest items, again, due to wages. So we had the annualization of wages and benefits from 2021 approved unmet needs. At the bottom of the list, you'll see the employee compensation that's just shy of $1 million for contractual wage and benefit increases. And that makes up the bulk of it. The good news story is we did see some positive activity in the change of revenue. And then below that, contractual increases for the computer database. It's part of a cooperative that we belong to called Pride. And so we saw a contractual increase there that was beyond our control and that we were obligated to honor. Next slide, please. Also in building the budget, there's the inflationary aspect. There were one-time costs that we were able to remove. And then if the other ones are day-to-day operating expenses that we experience daily. You'll see that just a quick breakdown is the mobile devices we issue to our officers. That's resulted in an increase. Also, the professional services, we're increasing the professional services. That's the nature of the beast that we live in right now, is that there's a requirement for the police services, whether it be legal or as we embark on the 23 to 25 business plan, we want to engage professional services to help us in that process as well for some additional objective data. Then there's the increase to operating costs to better reflect their actuals. So police services are notorious of trying to build the needs of today on the past. And again, the type of crime here has changed. And so what we've done is we've looked at our operating costs to make them more reflective of what's reality and the operational side of the police service. The increases to hardware, software, licensing that are tied to our technology, that's just, again, that's beyond our control. Technology is foundational in our industry now, and that's just the reality of our situation. And then our unmet needs at the bottom is the 568,842 that we'd be asking for the special constables, as well as a WSIB support. Next slide, please. So we're asking for 8 full-time special constables that will be dedicated to the downtown entertainment education district. And you'll see there that the net cost is $650,439. The other thing that we're asking for is WSIB claims outsourcing. So again, this is a professional type of service. These claims are very complex, they're time consuming, while we do have our own HR staff, these types of claims have become an entity unto themselves. They're very specific, they're specialized, they're time consuming, and they're getting to a point where there needs to be expertise. And so this makes sense for us organizationally to outsource this to the subject matter experts that can support our HR people, but be the external third party professional service to do that. The other thing we're asking for is 2 part-time record clerks to assist us with third party record checks. This is a revenue stream that the police service is fortunate to have. When people need the third party record check, they have to contact the police. We do that. We charge a fee for it, and that goes into our revenue. And so this one is cost neutral because the salaries are offset by the revenue that's brought in through these third party record checks. And so with that, you'll see that the total net cost is $680,439, one-time cost of $95,360,000, and the 2022 net cost is $568,842. Next slide, please. And so with that, if you have any questions between the deputy and I, we'll do our best to answer them.
Okay, Councillor Van Tilburg, first question.
Yes, with regards to the special constables, you're asking for 8. Do you have an idea where they would be deployed?
Where? Like physically where?
Yeah, I mean, just generally.
Yeah, so I don't know if you've seen the map. It's a map that I got from the city. There's a rectangle that's called the Entertainment Education Downtown District. And so it spreads into a part of Eagle Place, the downtown, a little bit into Echo Place. And if you want to envision sort of like down William Street where you see some of the student housing, it extends out that way a bit.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, I'm always playing with the dollars between like a regular constable and special constable, how much it costs and what you get. My concern is that before in the past, when we have asked for a regular constable, it's not long before they're yanked away because there's something obviously more important to take care of. Special constables, will the same thing be happening? Will we get these and then find ourselves with the community saying, we needed these to cover other things while the main constables are taking care of activities?
No, we can control that. Well, I can control it by way of order as the chief can give the order. We can also, no disrespect to the mayor because he's a lawyer, but you need to think of this almost like a lawyer and a paralegal. That the lawyer can represent you for many, many more things in a court, whereas the paralegal has a cap. Think of it in those terms. So there's a cap as to what the special constable can do, if that makes it easier to understand.
And what kind of coverage does 8 provide? Like if you're talking about shift working, what kind of coverage is that? Is that 24/7 coverage? Is that?
There's a couple of shift patterns that are being considered. We could go 24 hours per day, but I don't think there's a need for 24 hours. Again, I think we need to be very strategic and follow the data. And then there has to be some consultation with the DVBIA on what they're observing. So could we? Yes, but I think we need to follow the data and let's have them cover when the need is the greatest.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Utley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Chief Davis and Deputy Chief Saunders, thank you very much for your presentation. Is there anything in your budget for continuous improvement?
Can you elaborate a bit?
Yep, certainly. I've got a little bit of a manufacturing background, about 30 years or so, and you're always looking for better ways to perform the work. And I'll give one example in the city where people would make out their expense claims on a piece of paper and then take some money out of their pocket, put it in an envelope, carry it to take it to somebody, and that somebody would convert it all, take all the details and type it all in. And then somebody else will take the money to finance in Market Square at that time. And they made a little video out of it. And in the end, but it was so much, it was funny, but it was real. And what they ended up doing was issuing P cards to different leaders at different levels. So, you know, if you were, if you were a supervisor, you might get $1,000 limit, and the next one up gets 2,000, and so on. So that's just one example of how you can increase efficiencies within an organization. And I didn't see it in your budget, but it's something that's very near and dear to my heart. It takes drudgery out of jobs, inefficient jobs, and frees up time, which is the most important element for anybody in any kind of work or service. So if you're not doing that already, I'd be pleased to have an informal talk with you about what that is. You know, process improvement, continuous improvement. It's pretty easy, but it just needs a little bit of organization. So I don't mean to be rude or in any way, but it's something that's fairly new to municipalities, and more cities are finding the benefits and the cost savings of continuous improvement.
So we are doing that. Now I'll speak to the phone is probably the best example. If you saw the media coverage in the spring with Smart Squad. So in the past, the officer would show up with their paper notebook, take the notes down. They would then dictate that to somebody else, very similar to what you're saying, to somebody would then manually type them. Then we still have to send a copy of the paper notes and the typed ones to the Crown's office. They don't teach cursive writing anymore in schools. So many times they were sent back by the Crown. I can't read these, have the officer type their notes out as well. By going to the device, the officer can do voice to text dictation, hit send, it populates our record management system, and we can send it over to the Crown without with it being legible for the Crown to read. That's just one example where there's 5 human steps where we've taken that out. And there's in the 2022 initiatives, that's part of what we can do with this, and with Smart Squad, the sky's the limit. And so we've just undergone some recent upgrades with Windows and with the device, so the sky's the limit. So I've been soliciting the officers, bring the ideas, tell me, well, we can do this to get exactly those redundant steps, get rid of them. So that is ongoing, yes.
I hope our CEO Hodgins is listening in on this, because he might be interested in using that app within the city. So anyway, thank you for that. It looks like you're well ahead of the game with CI. The other question I have through you, Mr. Chair, is WSIB. Are we gaining any ground with officers being off?
That one's a tough one to answer. I'm sure you all saw the report that came in the media in the late fall. It was about the OPP. It was the Auditor General report. They talked about the OPP. That's reflective of policing as a whole. We're all experiencing, it's a tough job. And we're seeing those numbers stay pretty steady throughout the province of Ontario, and we're not exempt. You know, our desire is that we hope the officers get healthy. It's a long career. We want them to be healthy. And we're fortunate that this last round of negotiations, we were able to secure part-time occasional officers. So hopefully we can create a pool of trained officers that are freshly retired or have left policing but want to keep a foot in the profession, that we can bring them in to fill the vacancies created. So to say, are we getting ahead of the game? That's not a fair thing. That again, as an industry, the Auditor General report nailed it. We're all feeling the impacts of that.
Thank you very much, Chief. I didn't mean any offense by that.
No, none taken.
Yeah, but thank you, and thank your officers for all they're doing in our city. It's appreciated.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Sless.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, folks. Can I get on the screen the unmet need, that slide, please? Yeah, you can help, please help me understand. 8 full-time equivalents, downtown special constables, and then the next line says full-time equivalent impact 4. Can you explain what that means?
I think that might be a typo unless the deputy wants to jump in here. I didn't catch that. Sorry, Councillor Sless.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, I would, through the chair, I'd have 2 suggestions. One, it is a typo, or the second one is that because they are not budgeted at the beginning of the year, they're budgeted partway through the year, that it would equal 4 full-time positions throughout the remainder of the year that they're budgeted for.
Okay. All right. And I'm trying to understand what that looks like in real terms. If at any given time, and I understand that we'll be reacting in a sense of using them as strategically as we can. If we don't need them at 4 in the morning, we won't have them at 4 in the morning. But on a Saturday night at 11 o'clock, what could we anticipate seeing in terms of enforcement downtown? Would there be 1 officer? Would there be 3 officers? Would they be in a car? Would they be walking? Would they be on bikes?
So predominantly walking, bikes is what you would see. So we have to, again, I'll use the lawyer and paralegal example. If we have a stabbing at a bar downtown, that's a job for the real constables. If we have a social disorder, like we're seeing with some of our addicted or homeless populations, that's something the specials could handle. So you'll still see a blend of regular officers. Again, if you had a stabbing at a bar, that's going to have to be a regular officer. But looking at the data, I think it's safe to say that we could put 2 at any given time, have 2 out there. And like you hear it, I hear it. Just look at the Laurier presence, the kudos the Laurier special constables get from the Downtown Business Association, from citizens, and they're out in pairs of 2. And so if we could replicate that, and I think you wind up with a force multiplier between the Laurier special constables' presence on their property and ours on the rest of the properties. It's a win-win.
And how would these folks operate? Like, would they have a depot downtown where they go in? Like in the winter, it's going to get cold. You can't stand out there for 8 hours. So like there must be some type of, I don't know what you'd call it, like not an office, but a headquarters of some sort where they go in and the next shift comes in and they don't go to the police station, they go there because that's where they work. And so it would be logical that they would go there. Is the process been thought through to that level yet or no?
Through the chair, actually, yes, back in 2019, we started having discussions with Laurier that we could cohabitate in their special constable building downtown. And that they have still, that is still an option for us. That's the preferred option. And so that's where they would start their shift at our building, but then be deployed downtown where they would have access to that shared space with Laurier.
Okay. And I think I heard you say they would either be on foot or on a bike. Is that? They
Yes,
wouldn't be driving around in cars.
Well, I can't commit that they'll never drive in a car. There'll be situations where they may be in a car, but predominantly.
For the most part, they would be on foot, like they'd be very visible physically. That is, I guess, my point.
Yeah.
Okay. And then in conversations I had with a friend that's a retired officer in Edmonton, he said they quite often put 2 or 3 non-occupied cruisers in the downtown core there with the lights going. And they just leave them there for 2 or 3 hours. And it's a real deterrent because nobody really knows what that is. You know what I mean? Like they could be in a building, they could be down, you don't know. But it's a real deterrent for somebody to do something that you don't want them to do. That he threw that he says it's a very cost-effective way of putting a presence where you don't have a presence. So I don't know, it's just something to think about. I don't know whether we thought about it, but I thought that was rather novel and a good idea, to be quite candid. And the other
Councillor,
thing
your time is up. I can put you on the list again. Councillor Antosky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Hi, Chief. Hi, Deputy. I'm hoping you can help me wrap my head around an issue that you guys are already dealing with. So I appreciate the hours of productivity that you're looking at, which in my eyes is a method of CI, right? You've got your continuous improvement here. But we're still dealing with the revolving door issue as well. So in theory, you can have this whole hours of productivity set up, you know exactly where you need to be, how many you have to have. How can we counteract the problem that we're still seeing with bail? And as you know, council is putting a couple of motions forward to the province and to the feds, but all that work, how do those two things coincide to be productive, I guess is what I'm asking, to be more productive than we are now?
So if I'm hearing, sorry, through the chair, if I'm hearing the question correctly, the revolving door of bail, how do we?
Well, you're doing all this work to be more strategic, more productive, but we've still got this other problem on the other side. So does that undermine this good work, I guess?
To a degree, through the chair, to a degree, absolutely it does. But we have to worry about the variables we can control short, medium, long term. There is a strategy underway that the mayor's involved with our local MP for the long term. In the short term, looking at the data, we can have that presence downtown there so that the public feels safe. And that's where it's that balance of the public feeling safe versus the incarceration. And so by focusing on what we can control and what we can influence, let's focus on that presence downtown to make the public feel safe, because the incarceration one, that's going to be a long-term project beyond us. But you're right, it does absolutely undermine it.
So the public feeling safe and the visibility to deter something from happening in the first place. So that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Wall, you have the floor.
Thank you, and for you. Okay, when we were talking about a place downtown for your incredible team to operate out of, is there not an opportunity to have an ongoing discussion? Maybe Brian can chime in here too, but we got this big, beautiful City Hall building downtown with lots of space and lots of people who may never be coming back to use that space because of the work from home environment that we have. We also, if I'm not mistaken, have ongoing lease agreements still in one market with plenty of space down there. I understand wanting to share perhaps with Laurier out of their spot, but is there a possibility for some cooperation, or maybe even having your folks stationed at a City Hall or one of the other city facilities?
Through the chair, I respectfully want to avoid that question. There's a lot of dynamics at play right now with about the future of the BPS building that I don't think it's appropriate that I answer that one. I'm not trying to be difficult, Councillor. The other part is I agree with you that there may be some efficiencies there. However, I spoke about it earlier about a force multiplier, that if our special constables and the Laurier special constables can have that cohesive relationship where we're almost our own team, I think that will help in the public perception, because quite generally, and the Brits have researched the heck out of this, the average citizen doesn't distinguish the shoulder flash. All they see is uniform, I feel safe. And so that's where I like that cohabitation model with Laurier, because we could become a force multiplier.
There's probably a lot to that I don't understand, and I appreciate you. This is actually a really great segue into what was going to be my next question. So Councillor Antosky so elegantly spoke about the revolving door, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now. What I want to go down is, can you explain what in your budget or what actions you guys are taking for crime prevention to stop people from getting arrested in the first place, to stop people from committing crime in the first place? And I know that that's a really helicopter question, so feel free, but I mean, at the end of the day, like if you're downtown walking around, people are likely not going to be selling drugs or, vandalizing or breaking into buildings in the first place. God, there's so many types of crime. crime prevention. Could you elaborate a little bit on what the Brantford Police Service is doing in our great community for crime prevention?
So through the chair, I'll turn this one over to the deputy, and he can start with some of the things we're doing with MCURT, BCURT, different units like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, through the chair. The first one I'll start with is actually through the downtown improvement task force. And one of the things that we committed as a police service to do was the new special constables all being trained on CPTED, so crime prevention through environmental design auditing. And we would offer this service free to any business in the downtown core that would like us to come in and provide advice as to how we can prevent crime from happening within their community. Just to touch on what the chief had mentioned in regards to the special constables and that visibility that they would have in the downtown core also goes towards crime prevention. I can also tell you that in January 2nd of this year, we realigned our platoon structure to switch our officers to a 12-hour rotation with the goal of providing some analysis to determine, does that put more officers on the street? And in doing so, does it allow for officers to be more proactive in their enforcement activities? Obviously, we're only a month in. I couldn't provide you any realistic data to that at this point, other than to say that we're optimistic that it will do just as we were asking. So those are some of the measures that we've put in place in regards to crime prevention.
Do I have any more time, Chair?
No, you've gone over your time. I can put you on the list again if you wish.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Councillor McCurry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, guys. Good to see you tonight. I actually have a question about your budget. And I'm going to come back to, I didn't have an opportunity to debate this at police services because I was a bit late to that party, having just arrived. Tell me about your provincial funding grants, if you would. When I look at the budget, it seems to be all over the place. There's a consistency upwards in terms of what seems to be in the budget, but the actual for 2021 seems to be down a fair bit.
Yeah, through the chair, I can answer that question. So essentially our funding through the provinces follows two streams: provincial priorities, in which the province lays out what are the priorities they would like us to address, and then local priorities where we decide what are things that we would like to address from a local standpoint. The challenge that we have right now is that that grant process has just been announced. We just submitted our grant proposals actually last week. And so why it may seem a little inconsistent in the budget package that you saw as part of the police service board is that we haven't yet been told for 2022 what grant funding that we will be provided.
It looks like if one looks at the 2021 actual and 2021 budget, it looks like they've shortchanged us by about 800,000. Is that simply because the numbers haven't been updated, guys?
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, I'd have to speak with our administration section to give you the proper answer to that.
Yeah, that's a bit of a deep dive. But so I guess, is it safe to presume that half that amount comes with strings attached?
I can tell you that through the chair, I can tell you that all of the money is allocated from the province very clearly as to how we will spend it. And so, for example, I can give you a very good example that the province approved last year, which was to prevent human trafficking and young women becoming victims to this. And we had two of our detectives put together a Young Women Unite evening, which I believe they had 300 participants throughout the community that were very engaged, where they were taught different things to look for and to prevent things such as human trafficking. So we would go through the budget process or through the grant process with the province and say, these are projects that we've identified that we want to do. And when the province approves it, they will put in the grant what is approved that we're required to meet.
Okay. My other question relates to, in generality, if one looks at the cost of putting an officer on the street 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, what would that annual cost be? If you could just take I'm sorry, I don't expect an exact answer, but if you could just take a guess at what that cost would be, one officer 24/7.
Yeah, that would be a very, I mean, I could definitely provide that to you in greater detail.
If you wouldn't mind looking after that for me and see if you got some time tomorrow to answer that. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, good. And thanks very much. And thanks for the good work you guys and all those that work for you do out there. Okay.
Mayor Davis, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Chief, Deputy Chief. Good to see you. So I got a question, Chief, two questions for you. And you mentioned that the nature of the crime that we're facing is different than it was, say, 5, 10, 15 years ago. It's much more, I guess, serious, much of it regional, involving guns and gangs and that sort of thing. So, and you said because of that, you're deploying resources, policing resources, deploying it, allocating it based on intelligence. I think I heard you say evidence-based policing, data-driven decisions determined by the data and the intelligence. So what role does what the public wants? What does that play in this? Because we get many residents still want more policing resources on traffic and noise, petty crime as their cars are broken into their homes. How do you balance that? So I assume that's not what you're, when you say the crime is different than what it was 5, 10 years ago, you're talking about the serious crime.
Not necessarily, sorry, through the chair, not necessarily. So what you're seeing with the car problem is to fuel, a lot of it is to fuel addiction, which then has that ripple effect up the chain to the drugs coming in here. So the data, again, I'll use your car prowling one, that's one we hear about all the time, is using the data to try and identify the trends. Now, as the deputy said, we've just started this 12-hour shift. We need to look at the data to see when people are reporting this. And just as an example, is it happening between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m.? And if that's the case, then we deploy the officer strategically to do the type of enforcement required to deal with that. But we're 1 month into the 12-hour shift, so it's too soon to see what they're looking like. And then the data piece of it, that's where we have the analyst Hillary that can quite easily pull that. With respect to what the public wants, that's part of the 2023 to 2025 business planning, but it needs to be, again, I'm so happy to see Dr. Popham here because it needs to be objective. It can't be hand selecting 5 people to hear what they have to say. It has to be objective and get a good sampling so then we can make, and when I say evidence-based policing, I have a relationship with the Queensland Police. They've been doing this for years, but having that bona fide research done so we have the objective data to see what the public really wants. Quite commonly you'll see is downtown's not safe. The follow-up question is, do you live there? No. Well, then how do you know? Well, I've heard. And when you chase that story down, really it's 7 times removed. So I'm looking forward to working in the 2023 to 2025 business plan, partnering with Laurier, and if we have to bring in a third-party company to add another layer to that, getting the public's input, but having the academic rigor and veracity of the data that we can make those evidence-based decisions.
Yeah, Chief, and the next question I have for you, don't take any offense at it, please. But it's just a question I've always had in my own mind. And you know, when I hear that the nature of the crime we're facing is more regional, in many ways it's more serious. And you mentioned, you know, real challenging for a service our size to, because as you say, it's got a punch above its weight class to really deal effectively with that kind of serious organized crime. And, you know, tough for a service our size, the scale of it's not the same as Hamilton Regional or Halton Regional or Waterloo Regional. So it's very difficult for service our size to be able to match that. And I look at Brant County and I see they're paying about 35% per head of what we pay for police, and they have access to some of the OPP detective units and specialized investigation units. So should a city our size, given how you say the crime has changed in the last 10 years, should we consider or look at the OPP policing model?
So quite candidly, find me a city they're policing our size, and then we can have the conversation, because they don't police a city our size for the most part.
Yeah.
You know, I think we could say safely that one day Aurelia will be there, probably in a decade. But I think what the other thing you have to consider is all of these cities grow, towns grow. I'll use this Aurelia example. As Aurelia grows, and is it going to organically become a very regional police? Who knows? So, the men and women of the OPP do a fantastic job, but the reality is to take on a city this size, I don't know if that's the solution. Maybe the other solution is a time to look at going the other direction. Are there economies of scale with the city and the county amalgamating? Because, I've heard you speak before about, bring your factory to Brantford, bring your business to Brantford, move your family to Brantford. We have the 403, the rail line, the VIA, the Gold Bus, all those tenants apply to crime. And so, and much like the distribution networks for legitimate business, the distribution networks are the same. Big city to small city to the towns around us and to the Six Nations. And so maybe the conversation has to be the other direction. But beyond that, not just an apples to apples comparison, as we always hear, is delivering a different model of policing where there's a really robust core of special constables for those towns that really don't have a presence. And you could have a core of special constables taking on a strata of public safety and then freeing up the regular constables for the serious crimes. So I think, and again, historically, if you look at two-term conservative governments, they tend to push, going way back to Bill Davis. Bill Davis envisioned, I think it was 8 mega regional services in Ontario. So I think that's where the conversation should go. And again, it's not an anti-OPP message. It's just the reality of Southern Ontario and how it's evolving.
Right. Last question I have for you, Chief. You mentioned that not everybody agrees with special constables in the downtown. If we approve the unmet need that's in this budget request, which many of us here at this council chamber are very much in favor of, can you get it done?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And
sorry, it can absolutely get it done, but you will. I can guarantee you, there will be some that there'll be all the fear tactics. It's not safe. This guy is falling. They're not real cops. My answer to that, and I would encourage everybody here, if you get the chance, if COVID lightens up to the point where we can allow it, or we're allowed to, I'll help facilitate it. Go for a ride along with the Toronto Community Housing Special Constables. See what they do in a day. See how they interact with the Toronto Police, and I'll help facilitate that. It's working in a large city. It's worked for decades, and it will work here. There'll be resistance though, but then I need the council and the board to stand firm in that this is the direction we go.
I guess one last question. Anything we can do tonight to shore that up and help that? And when do you think we'll see special constables downtown, assuming it's approved and it's part of the city budget process?
By the time, through the chair, aggressively, we could aim for May, end of May, with a default date of end of June.
Okay. Anything we can do tonight to help you on the getting special constables downtown? Besides approving it.
Through the chair, I was going to say, approve the budget would be a good start, but no, just understand that I really encourage you to do some research that several police services in Ontario are using special constables. And I think the gold standard is what's happening in Toronto with Community Housing Authority special constables and how they interact with the regular constables. Just I encourage everyone to do some research, look at that. And if any of you are interested in when COVID allows ride-alongs, I'll try my best to facilitate that so you can see it in action there.
Great, thanks, Chief. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sluss, second time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Just one question. I didn't have time to get it in. And that's, you talked, Chief, about I'll go back to the special counsels, because I think that's really the discussion this evening. There's areas of Homedale that are crime ridden simply because of they're adjacent to the trail system. And that's a nice getaway place. And if you run out of gas cutting your lawn, don't go in the backyard to get gas, because you come back out, your lawnmower's gone. It's that bad. Can that be part of the square or the rectangle you're talking about to make that part of that area that you're patrolling?
Through the chair, absolutely. I'd have to look at the map. My apologies, I don't have the map with me tonight, but it may actually be part of that, because if I'll have to double check and get back to you.
Okay.
But it actually may be already included in that rectangle.
Okay, if it's not, I'd certainly like to request that it get inserted in there, because it is it's a real problem in that area. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. That was it.
Thank you. That'd also be helped by the trail officers that ride the bikes on the trails in the summer as well. They could deal with that. Councillor Wall, you have the floor.
Thank you. Two more questions. I'll spit them both out. So the first was, maybe it's just perception, but I have a feeling it's more than that. It definitely seems like BPS has upped its outbound communications game. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that, just engaging with the public through, social media and your website and various other forms, and what your plans are, and maybe celebrate it a little bit. And then second, I hate to ask you about this, but honestly, barely a day goes by where someone doesn't ask me about it. We have a pretty serious problem in our community with speeding and distracted driving. And I know I already asked about crime prevention, but I wasn't sure if, stopping speeders and distracted drivers was necessarily as a part of that conversation. Colburn, Brant Ave, Veterans Memorial, Wayne Gretzky Parkway. But, Clarence, is there anything that you can tell me, a light at the end of the tunnel, regarding speeding and distracted driving and enforcement?
So through the chair, we have a traffic unit. They're stretched pretty thin right now because they're beyond traffic enforcement. They do the collisions, the reconstructions. You're hosting one very shortly here, a community meeting. That's where I think the most value I have seen in the time I've been here as chief is the meeting that was held by Councillor Antoski and Councillor Carpenter, because it gave us real tangible areas that we could then focus on and give that direction to all the platoons, not just the traffic members. And we were able to then focus our efforts in very specific areas that the public had identified. So I'm looking forward to the one you're hosting with Councillor Van Tilburg, so that we can flush that out. But that really helps us, again, being strategic, being surgical. Where is this occurring? When is it occurring? And then we can give the direction to our officers.
And communications?
Robin Matthews Osmond is a rock star because she does our external communications, but she's also doing our internal communications around the pandemic. All the COVID regs seem to change regularly. So I think we're doing a pretty good job. Unfortunately, that's a byproduct of because of how busy we are with crime, that we're always putting those stories out. But she does do a good job, and that's where I know that when the pandemic subsides, that will free up a lot of her time to be even more aggressive at getting messaging out.
I definitely want to celebrate it. I talk to a lot of people about reporting crime in our community, and then they see these posts about you guys catching people. And, some people like to jump on those and complain like, oh, look how bad it's gotten. But, it's, you have to celebrate the wins. You have to, celebrate you guys doing a job. I mean, when you guys bust a drug home in a neighborhood, that's a good thing. It's not a good thing that the drug house is in the neighborhood, but it's definitely good. I just think that from my side, the perception is that you guys have really ramped it up, and it's great work.
Thank you.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, Deputy. Thank you for your report. I really appreciate correspondence, and I really appreciate when I make a call, I get one back right away. I really am really appreciative of the response I get from police services. The earlier comments about OPP coming in, I would encourage all leadership, council, board, and the police to review the David Crombie report on policing. In fact, where he recommends exactly the opposite. He recommends getting rid of the RCMP and going back to municipal forces, because we all know about the problematic large-scale problem we have with the RCMP. And secondly, I want to talk about the crime about stealing the lawnmowers. It's not just in Homedale; it's all the way out Corbett Street to Canesville. So it's not specific to one area. This is happening all over the city. Quite frankly, it's not, in Corbett Street, maybe coming from the hotels. I'm not sure, but I know it's out there. It exists. So I want to talk about the special forces, the 8. How many would that actually put on the street? I think what you said would it be 4 at a time, or yeah? Well, you don't have an idea yet how logistically that's going to work yet till you get the numbers, do you?
Correct. So through the chair, if we mirrored the platoons as they exist today, it'd be 2 per shift. But I'd rather look at the data and see, is there a way to have them working when we need them and then base the numbers on that. So I can't give you a concrete answer at this time.
And I know that there's some that are really big on using security companies, security guard companies. In fact, we're going to be spending $1 million for security guard companies in our budget this year. Just want to, the security guards don't have the same ability as special constables, do they? And can you highlight that?
Through the chair, no, they don't. So when we make the application, we train them. We train them in the various statutes we want them to have the authorities to enforce. So we can, all the provincial statutes that we want to have them enforce, we can train and have the authorities, including the arrest authorities. But we can also get into the criminal code authorities, the theft under 5,000, the possession of stolen property under 5,000, fraud under 5,000. Again, looking at Toronto Community Housing Authority, they use their specials for a lot of criminal code. So those are authorities that we could request that a security guard would not have.
And the other point would be, under the Police Act, we as council members or as individuals don't have the right to direct the police on how they operate their business, do we?
Operationally, no, that is correct. Sorry, through the chair, when it comes to operations, it's operational discretion is that of the chief.
But a force that was sort of a city force of security guards, the city would then have authority to direct them, which would be different, something I'd be concerned about, actually. We already have security guards preventing kids from going tobogganing right now, so I just wonder about how that direction is given or received. So I really appreciate your idea of special constables, and I support that any special constables or authority that we give is directed under the Police Services Act. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, do members wish to make any motions to request any other operating budget increases or decreases? Seeing none, thank you very much, Chief and Chief.
Thanks, everyone.
I don't think we made any changes tonight, so I don't know that we need Joel to review the changes for the night, because I think we ended up right where we started. Councillor Antosky, you have a question?
Thank you. Yes, I was struggling with my hand up button. Sorry, would this have been the spot that we moved to approve this as an unmet need?
We actually can't do anything like that with the police budget. The Police Services Board approved this budget and it comes to council. We can either approve it or deny it. We cannot make any changes to it.
Okay, so this is already, as far as we're concerned, approved then. There's no extra steps.
Yeah, the unmet needs that the police have requested that are in this report have been approved by the board. And so they come to us as part of their budget.
Perfect. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you, Chair.
There were other unmet needs they requested that were denied by the board, and they're not in this report. But what's in this report has been approved. And our options are either to accept it or deny it, and no other options are available to council at this time.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sless.
You got me confused, Mr. Chairman. Why did the special constable show up as an unmet need then if they're already baked into the budget?
That's the way the budget's presented. They had their base budget and their unmet needs were presented to the Police Services Board. And the Police Services Board approved some of the unmet needs. So they go into their budget as unmet needs, but then it comes to council as a package and we either accept or deny the package.
Okay, so all right, so they're not actually unmet needs then. They've already been approved.
They've been approved by the board. Yeah, if you want to look at it that way, then yeah, they're not unmet needs.
Okay, all right. I was just confused because if it's an unmet need, then we should be dealing with it, but we don't deal with it, so therefore it's not really an unmet need.
The police is a unique outside agency that we deal with. Yeah.
No, I know the story behind. I just didn't know why it came to us in that manner because that doesn't make sense. But anyway, that's the way it came, so I'll accept that.
That's the way it was presented to the Police Services Board, and so it's coming here in that format because that's the way it was dealt with there.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to debate it because again, that doesn't make sense either. We can't debate it, so why does it come that way? But anyway, good enough. If it's in there, I'm happy.
Okay. Mayor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how would you rule, because I'd asked a question previously of the chief, how can we help move along the deployment of special constables downtown? And you've told us you can approve or not approve. So can we say approve on condition that the downtown will be special constables? And you're in the police board, is that going to help you?
What's been presented tonight is the police services budget that was approved by the board. Unless somebody moves a motion to send this back to the board to reconsider, it'll go forward as a complete package that includes the special constables for the downtown.
Okay. Yeah, because I wanted to say that, I mean, I definitely support this. We've been arguing for it for quite some time and lobbying for it. Glad to see that it's there. And, you know, it is critical that it be special constables. So there's one, it's the cost. The cost would be $1 million plus. But more importantly, as I believe it was Councillor Sluss to answer his questions, if it's a special constable, then they remain downtown, because when you have sworn constables downtown, they're so highly trained, highly skilled. They can easily, they often are needed elsewhere in the city to deal with other issues. And much of what is dealt with downtown, I've done walkarounds and walkabouts. I mean, much of it does not require, as the chief said, the special skill set of a sworn constable. So I wish the best to the Police Services Board and the senior management of the service to get this in place for us, maybe as early as May, as the chief said. Thanks.
Yeah, when special constables were first proposed to us, that was one of the selling points, was that they wouldn't be pulled and put on traffic duty or that kind of thing. And because primarily they're going to be either foot or bicycle patrol, it's not something where you can say, oh, there's an incident in the north end, head to the north end, because it'd be a long walk for them from the downtown. Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just thinking out loud here, but we keep hearing the phrase, what can we do to expedite this? And I'm just wondering if we could approve that one line item at a special council, like as soon as we could, and let him start his recruiting process 3 weeks, 4 weeks early, instead of waiting for the entire budget to be approved. If we pulled one item out, since it's already been presented that way, take the unmet needs and approve that right away, and let him start his process, and that would speed up the entire process by weeks. And I think the whole idea is to get this on the street as fast as we can. We know we got a problem, and this is part of the solution to that problem. And the sooner we can get on it, the sooner we can hopefully render the problem neutral.
Well, the fact that nobody's moving to request the Police Services Board to take that out, it shows that we have pretty much unanimous support of this council, this estimates committee. I don't know if staff can comment on the idea of approving a portion of this ahead of time, or if it's better to leave it as part of the full budget.
I don't think they can start spending money until it's been approved.
Can you comment on that, Joelle?
Yeah, through you, Chair Martin. So my understanding would be that the approval of this budget would not prohibit the police from beginning their recruitment of these positions. The budget is, like you had said, is before the committee tonight. And if there isn't a recommendation to refer it back to the board, then the committee is endorsing the budget to go ahead as is. Should this budget eventually get to council and there's some motion to refer that back, then we could deal with that at that time, but it certainly wouldn't prohibit police from starting their recruitment activities right now. Any recommendation back to the board, it was mentioned that we have very limited ability to direct the board on how they can spend the budget that is approved by council. So it's basically a dollar value, and the board can provide for themselves within that budget, but we wouldn't be able to direct certain activities with respect to the budget. And except for requesting the board to reconsider. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, so essentially because we didn't send this back to the board, we've approved it tonight and they can start the process. Okay. With that, our meeting is now complete. We will recess until.
Sorry, Councilor Carpenter has his hand up.
Oh, Councilor Carpenter.
Thank you. I know it shouldn't blend in. It should be pretty easy. I think Councillor Sless is onto something here because, we could get to the end of the budget process and the budget process not pass. That's very possible. Or members that support the police activity here may vote against the budget and it'd be seen as maybe not supporting the police. So I think, the Director of Finance did not answer the question. The question was, could we pass this now outside of the budget process to be part of the budget process, so we'll not have to prove it later and it would be passed by council. So could this go directly to council, this portion, this budget, and be approved as part of our budget process?
Joelle, did you?
Yeah, so through you, Councilor Martin, there certainly has been circumstances where certain aspects of the budget that have been considered through the estimates committee have come out of committee in advance of council approving the final budget, usually due to time restricted initiatives. I might need the clerk to jump in here just to verify the ability for a meeting to happen between now and the regularly scheduled council meeting for February.
Yeah, because we have done it with capital items already.
So through the chair, we would need to schedule a special city council open session meeting in regards to do this. The only meeting we have coming up is February 8th, but that's just in camera and it may be a full schedule at said time. February 17th is also an evening that is free to approve something like this, but it's not much further in advance of actually approving the budget. So it might be difficult to specifically call a special city council for this purpose, but if this is something that the committee or the mayor, the committee directs us to do to ratify that, we would have to take a look and see if there's something we can schedule.
Okay, I think there's room. Okay, thank you.
CEO Hutchings, did you have a comment to make?
Go back and look at dates and work with work with the mayor's office to see if this is possible. But I also like to remind the committee, the estimates that the police have put in have been based on a budget, so the numbers they put in have been based on a recruiting cycle. And they're getting approved in February. They start the recruitment. It takes a couple months. They hire, they train, all that sort of stuff. So their estimates may be wrong if this gets approved early. If the council wants to approve, they can do that, but their estimates would be a month off on their calculations. So I also want to remind them of that because they based it on not getting approved till late February.
That's a good point because it would change the numbers if they started the hiring earlier than what they had originally planned, and they planned on following the proper budget cycle.
Yes, but I just like to make sure that I think we got unanimous support around council for supporting this budget. So I just want to find a way that we can separate it to support it by way of vote before we vote on the budget, because we always know there's a couple of members of council that vote against the budget almost every time. And that doesn't mean that they don't support the police budget. So I'd want to find a way so their support for the police budget would be somehow recognized. That's all. Thank you.
So I can, through you again, Mr. Chair, we have a special meeting tomorrow to debrief on tonight's meeting. The clerk will be there. We'll have a discussion and bring this back for Wednesday night estimates committee, a process we can look at if council so desires. So we'll have that discussion, bring something back Wednesday night.
So it'll be essentially the same as the fact that the paramedics budget has already been approved. It was in the listing tonight, but there was no presentation because it's already pre-approved. We could do the same kind of thing with the police.
We would probably have to, through you, Mr. Chair, probably have to have a special city council, either the 8th or the 15th or the other date, but we'll bring that back, that process, and look at timing and the agendas and things like that. We should have something for Wednesday night and an update.
even if it was approved at the regular city council meeting in February, that would still make sure that if the budget process is delayed because of the budget being defeated, it would allow that aspect to go forward. Okay, seeing no other, Mr. Hutchings?
No, I was just going to say, Mr. Chair, we'll look at both those options. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we will now recess until Wednesday, February 2nd at 4:30. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you then.
Good night,
Great
everyone.
job, Mr. Chair. Good night, everyone.